Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Hera. The sand reeks of sweat, blood, and old death. It clings to my skin, to the open cuts along my ribs, to the filth matted into my hair. The roar of the crowd, howling, drunk, starved for violence, thickens the air like smoke, pressing against my skull until it's a living thing, a beast of its own, hungry to see me bleed. I tighten my grip on the twin daggers in my hands. My fingers are slick with sweat, but my stance is steady. Across the arena, the Direfang prowls. 7 feet of muscle and bone plated in iron-like scales, the beast moves with the slow, deliberate grace of a predator that knows it has already won. Its glowing yellow eyes burn through the gloom, trained on me like a promise. The chain around its throat rattles as the handlers release it, snapping like a gunshot. The crowd goes feral. A voice booms from above, amplified by dark elf magic. Tonight we see if the human toy lives another day, or if the sands finally swallow her. My jaw locks. The filthy nobles in their shaded balconies drink their honeyed wine and whisper about my body, about how I move, about how a human brat shouldn't have lasted this long. I see their sneering smiles. I feel their eyes crawling over my bare skin. Let them look. Let them underestimate me. The Direfang lunges. I react on instinct, flipping backward just as its claws rake the space where I was standing. My heart kicks against my ribs. The sheer speed of the thing. I barely had time to dodge. I land, roll, spring back up. It comes again. This time I pivot just as its gaping maw snaps shut where my throat had been. I slam a dagger between its ribs, twisting deep. It screams. The wound isn't deep enough. The scales are too thick. I curse and dodge again, narrowly avoiding its massive tail whipping toward me. The force alone could shatter bones. Above, the crowd is on its feet, shrieking. Betting slips exchange hands at rapid speed. The nobles want a show. They want me torn apart in high definition, spread across the sands like a slaughtered pig. I'm not going to give it to them. The Direfang charges. This time I don't move. I let it close the distance. Just enough, just to the last possible second. Then I drop. The massive beast overshoots, stumbling forward, giving me the one shot I need. I launch myself up, driving my dagger straight through its eye. The scream rips through the air, louder than the crowd, louder than anything. Blood explodes from the wound, black and boiling, drenching me as I tear the blade free and drive the second one into its exposed throat. It chokes, gargles, crashes into the sand, dead. For a second, nothing happens. Then the world erupts. Half the crowd boos, furious that they've lost their bets. The others, those sick bastards who enjoy watching me survive, who bet on me thriving, who see me as an investment, roar their approval. The announcer barely contains his own shock. She lives again. My breathing is ragged. The heat of the fight is still pulsing through my blood. I am drenched in black, steaming gore, my muscles quivering, my chest rising and falling with each gulp of hot, tainted air. And then I feel it. His gaze is like a rope binding me. Up in the noble's box, Shadowed by silk curtains and the eerie glow of the mage lights, Lord Xyron watches me. Not like the others. Not with disgust. Not with casual cruelty. No, his stare is different. Calculated. Intense. Possessive in a way that makes my skin tighten and my fists curl. His eyes are a trap. Bright. Hypnotic. Waiting to devour. Something dark slithers through me. Unwanted. A heat low in my belly. A recognition that I don't want but can't seem to shake. Xyron, the warlord of this hellhole, the cold, deadly second-in-command to his father, Shiva, head of House Herox, the heir to the very system that put me in chains. My jaw clenches. He's never watched me like this before. What does he want? The announcer bellows again, but I barely hear him over the blood rushing in my ears. Guards enter the pit, chain in hand. Here we go. The chain loops around my neck, the cold iron biting deep. The handler yanks hard enough to drag me off balance, and I nearly trip over the Direfang's corpse. The crowd laughs. I snarl and yank against the hold, but the handler cuffs me across the face. Pain explodes across my cheekbone, a metallic tang flooding my mouth. I stagger but don't fall. I won't fall. My chest rises, falls. The crowd begins to lose interest. But Xyron, he's still watching. I meet his gaze, hold it, daring him, challenging him. His lips part slightly, like something about this amuses him. Like I'm the most interesting thing in this God's-damned pit. Then he stands. A single motion, but the entire arena falls silent. Xyron steps forward, resting one gloved hand on the marble railing of the noble's box. The way the mage lights glow against his obsidian skin is otherworldly. His silver hair catches in the torchlight, shimmering in the heat. Then finally, his voice. Low, cold, commanding. Bring her to me. The air leaves my lungs as fear takes a hold of me.
Chapter 2. Xyron. She shouldn't have survived. The Direfang should have torn her apart. Should have cracked her bones between its jaws, should have ripped that stubborn, defiant fire out of her, and left nothing but twitching, cooling meat on the sand. But she's still standing, dripping in blood, chest rising and falling, like she's just been screwed within an inch of her life, eyes bright and burning, even as they drag her from the pit, like a piece of discarded flesh. Damn her! I lean against the polished marble railing, gripping the stone hard enough that the jagged edges dig into my palm. The space is thick, pulsing, charged with something primal, something raw. Below, the crowd has already moved on to their next fix of carnage, but I can't tear my eyes away from her. Hera, the human, a slave, a thing that should mean nothing to me. Just another piece of meat, another disposable distraction, another fleeting source of amusement in a world where entertainment is best served on a blood-stained platter. But damn if she isn't more. Something about the way she moves, like a caged animal too wild to break, like she's just waiting for the chance to snap those pretty little teeth around the throat of the bastard holding the leash, twists low in my gut. There's nothing delicate about her, nothing refined. She's feral, sharp edges and bruised skin, covered in sweat and violence. And still, she glares up at me like she's the one in power. It should infuriate me. Instead, I feel it like a pulse in my veins, a slow, dark thrill. I don't realize I've spoken aloud until the words leave my lips, steady and unyielding. Bring her to me. The handler stiffens at my voice. His grip on the chain falters, just for a second before he jerks her forward. The little beast stumbles, just slightly, just enough for her knee to skim the dirt. But she recovers, bares her teeth like a cornered animal, and doesn't lower her gaze. Interesting. Very interesting. I watch as they drag her through the lower corridors of the arena, down into the belly of my father's domain, through the tunnels that coil and twist like the guts of some ancient monster. The blood in my veins burns. I turn sharply, cloak billowing behind me, and stride toward the inner fortress. The fortress of House Herox is built into the cliffs like a jagged black spine, sharp and unforgiving, towering over the world like a monument to cruelty. The halls are carved from obsidian, dark and slick, illuminated only by flickering torches and mage lights that pulse like dying stars. The air is cold, sharp enough to bite, filled with the faint scent of sulfur and old blood. I step into my chamber, a vast space of deep silks and polished steel, where the only softness lies in things I barely use. She's already waiting, kneeling. Her wrists are still shackled, but her chin is high, her body tight, her eyes locked onto mine with that same burning defiance. "Little warrior!" The guard who brought her hesitates before speaking. "My lord, the human!" I flick a hand. "Leave." He doesn't argue. The door slams shut behind him, leaving us alone. The silence stretches heavy and charged. Hira's breathing is even too even, like she's holding herself still through sheer will. I take my time, stepping toward her, slow and deliberate, letting my boots echo against the stone. She doesn't flinch. Good. I circle her, close enough to smell the blood on her skin, the sweat, the lingering heat of battle. "You're quiet," I murmur, voice low, silk laced with something dangerous. Her shoulders tighten. "What do you want?" Direct. No title. No, my lord. No fear. Something deep in my chest growls. I reach out, curling a strand of her wild, tangled hair around my fingers. Blood clings to it, dark and thick. "Tell me," I say, tilting my head. "Do you fight this hard because you love the taste of victory? Or because you're too much of a stubborn brat to know when to die?" She doesn't even blink. "Go screw yourself." The laugh that rips from my throat is sharp, unexpected. Gods, she's fun. I crouch in front of her, close enough to watch her nostrils flare at the scent of me, close enough to see the sweat glistening at the hollow of her throat, the angry pulse in her neck. Her body is coiled for a fight, like she's waiting for me to strike. She doesn't understand. I don't want to break her. I want to watch her burn. "You fascinate me," I say honestly. "You shouldn't, but you do." She exhales sharply, like she can't stand the words. "Screw you." "Not yet," I murmur. "But maybe soon." Her pupils dilate, just a fraction. My lips curl. Interesting. Very interesting. Her gaze sharpens. "What do you want from me?" My fingers ghost along the bruises on her arm, lingering over the marks the handlers left. I drag my knuckles over the iron collar at her throat. I watch her shudder, just barely, just enough to see. "I want to know what you are," I murmur, voice deep, dangerous. No mere human should have survived that fight. No human moves like you. No human looks at me the way you do. I see the flicker of something beneath the rage. Something she doesn't want me to see. Go to the darkest corner of the abyss and burn. My smile widens. "Darling," I say, brushing my thumb over her pulse point. "I already live there." Her breath hitches, just slightly, just barely enough to notice. I pull away before she can school her expression, before she can hide the truth from me. She's hiding something. I plan to rip it from her, piece by piece.
Chapter 3. Hira. The smell of him clings to my skin. Something sharp, spiced wine and steel, the bitter bite of magic curling in the air. Even though he's gone, the room still feels like him, still suffocates me with his presence, like his gaze has been burned into the air itself. I sit there, spine straight, wrists still raw from the shackles, and try to pretend I don't feel his touch lingering at my throat, at my pulse. He touched me, not in anger, not in punishment, in curiosity. That should terrify me more than anything else. I should be afraid, terrified that a creature like him sees me as more than a slave, that his gaze lingers too long, that he speaks to me like I'm something worth figuring out. If he's curious, he won't leave me alone. And if he doesn't leave me alone, he'll find out the truth. I should be in the slave pits. Instead, I'm here, right where he left me. And I don't know why. A lavish chamber, too big, too rich, too wrong, filled with opulence I've never known. Dark silks and polished steel, obsidian floors that catch the flickering light of enchanted sconces. The air is cooler here, perfumed, and I hate it. The bath is steaming when the servants lead me toward it. I should fight. I should spit and snarl and make them drag me in kicking. But that would be exactly what Xyron expects. So I do the opposite. I let them undress me, let them peel away the tattered rags of my gladiator's armour, exposing the bruises, the cuts, the scars. Let them guide me into the heated, dark water bath, the temperature a sharp contrast to my fevered skin. I don't flinch when their fingers work through my tangled hair, cleaning away blood and sand, stripping me of the last remnants of the arena. I don't move when their hands trail over my back, my thighs, washing away filth like I'm a thing being polished for display. I just sit there, staring at the flickering light above me, imagining all the ways I'd gut Xyron Hierox if I got the chance. I don't know how much time passes before they dress me. The gown is dark, made of something thin and silky that clings indecently to my body. No armour, no protection, just bare skin and silk, and the humiliating knowledge that I've been put in something meant to make me look appealing. My fists clench at my sides. If they think this will make me bend to him, they don't know what the hell they've brought into this cage. They leave me waiting, sitting on a bed too soft, surrounded by luxury too cruel, draped in a dress meant for something owned, something claimed. I hate this more than the pits, more than the sand and the blood and the taste of death on my tongue. I can't fight. Controlled, powerless. Here, I am helpless. And that's the worst feeling in the world. I don't know how long I sit there before the door opens, before I feel him enter. Xyron moves through the space like he owns it. This isn't just a room, it's his lair, his throne, wrapped in silk and scented oils, dressed in elegance to hide the beast that truly lurks here. His eyes flick over me, taking in the sight of me bathed, dressed, waiting. And damn him, but he looks satisfied, not surprised, like he expected me to be here, ready for whatever game he wants to play. I don't stand, don't kneel, just watch him with barely restrained fury, curling my nails into my palms, feeling the sharp burn of crescent moons digging into my flesh. "You clean up well," he says, voice smooth as midnight, rich with something that makes my skin prickle. I roll my shoulders. If you brought me here to dress me up like a doll, I think I'd rather take my chances bleeding out in the sand. His lips twitch. Do you really think I went through all that trouble just to admire you? I say nothing. What does he really want from me? And that's the problem. Xyron is too careful, too measured. He doesn't beat his slaves, doesn't bark orders, doesn't play with his food the way the others do. He watches, he studies, like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And I don't know why. What does he even see in me? Screw it. Why did you bring me here? I ask, voice sharp, nails biting deeper into my palm. You could have let them toss me back into the pits. He moves closer. The heat of him brushes against my skin, and I hate it. That my body notices his proximity before my mind does. That the air between us goes taut, humming with something ugly and raw. Something twisted. You interest me. I snort. Yeah? And what do you do to the things that interest you, my lord? He raises his head. Would you like to find out? There's a threat in his voice, a promise, and my pulse skips. I know what kind of male he is, the kind who takes, the kind who doesn't ask. So when I lift my chin, meet his golden stare with a glare made of steel and fire, and whisper, "Try me, Warlord." I'm half expecting him to snap, for his control to shatter, for him to grab me by the throat, shove me into the silk and the softness, and remind me who owns this world. But he doesn't. He just watches me, smirks, and says, low and dark, "Soon." Then he's gone, leaving me in this damned cage burning with hate, rage, and something far more dangerous.
Chapter 4. Xyron. I should have left her to rot in the pits. I should have let her bleed out in the sand like all the other slaves who think they can outlast the inevitable. But I didn't. I let her live. And now I can't stop thinking about the way her pulse hammered beneath my fingers, how the fine tremor in her breath betrayed her even as she held my gaze like she wanted to burn me alive. I haven't touched her since. Not yet, but I will. Not the way she expects, not with whips, not with shackles. No, I want to pull her apart differently, piece by piece. And it starts now. The training grounds are carved into the very bones of my clan's fortress, a pit of polished obsidian and iron, its surface worn smooth by centuries of combat. The air hums with the raw electric tang of sweat and magic, torches casting jagged shadows against the stone. The soldiers have cleared the floor, leaving the space empty except for her. Hera. Standing in the middle of the ring, barefoot, barehanded, every inch of her taut with barely leash fury. The bruises along her collarbone have begun to fade, but the fire in her eyes is brighter than ever. She doesn't know why she's here yet. Doesn't know that I'm about to take this little game of ours to the next level. I step into the pit, rolling my shoulders, loosening the tension coiled beneath my skin. Her gaze snaps to me instantly, sharp as a blade. The moment stretches, charged, humming with something just as deadly as combat, just as violent. I smile. Let's see what she can really do. You've never fought a dark elf before, have you? I ask, circling her slow, measured. Her stance shifts subtly, feet bracing, weight balanced, hands loose but ready. Smart. Not smart enough. Thought you nobles didn't like to get your hands dirty, she drawls. But there's a keen edge beneath her sarcasm, her body thrumming with restless energy. I chuckle. We don't. But I make exceptions for interesting things. Her nostrils flare. Come now, Hera. I tilt my head. You survived the Direfang. You must be dying to test yourself against something smarter than a beast. Her jaw locks. I can see the internal war happening behind those wild feral eyes. Pride warring with rage. Defiance tangled with something darker. Something that wants the fight just as much as I do. She lunges. I dodge the first strike easily, pivoting just out of reach as she swings fast, efficient, controlled. No hesitation and no fear. Her fist whistles past my cheek, a fraction too slow. I grab her wrist. Twist. She moves with it. Instead of fighting the hold, she turns, using the momentum to throw her weight into a kick, aimed at my ribs. Better. I block, catching her ankle mid-air, feeling the strength in her legs, the power coiled beneath her skin. Good, I murmur. Again. She snarls, and wrenches herself free, coming at me harder, faster. It's beautiful. The way she moves, all instinct and raw fury. No hesitation, no wasted motion. A blade honed against stone. I let her get close this time. Let her feel the edge of victory before I rip it away. She slams her elbow toward my throat. I catch it just before impact, twisting her arm behind her back in one fluid motion. A sharp gasp escapes her lips as her back presses flush against my chest, pinned. The scent of her, spiced sweat, the lingering iron of blood, the faintest hint of something softer underneath, curls in my lungs like smoke. She's breathing hard. So am I. I don't let go. Her pulse thrums against my fingers, wild and erratic, betraying her. Not bad, I murmur into her ear. Her head jerks back, a sharp, brutal attempt to break my nose. I dodge, laughing, the sound low and rough. I release her just as quickly as I caught her, shoving her forward, making her stumble. She turns, panting, furious, blazing. "That all you got?" She spits, eyes alight with challenge. I take a slow step toward her, then another. Her breath catches. Not in fear, not in submission, in anticipation. That deep, hidden part of her, the one she refuses to acknowledge, wants this fight just as much as I do. And she hates herself for it. I can taste it in the air between us. A dark, twisted hunger. A need to win. To take. To break. And neither of us knows who will lose first. I stop just inches from her. Her fingers twitch like she wants to strike again. Like she wants me to dare her. I exhale slowly, feeling the sharp burn of my own control snapping at the edges. I could end this here. Could grab her. Could shove her to the ground, into the dirt, into the hunger burning in my veins. Could make her see just how deeply this game is rigged against her. But I don't. I don't want a broken thing, a conquered thing, a weak thing. I want her. All of her. Wild and untamed. Sharp and angry and vicious. And the best part? She doesn't even know what she's becoming yet. So I do the worst thing I possibly can. I step back, smile, and say, low and deliberate, "Again."
Chapter 5. Hera. My body hums with the aftermath of the fight. I can still feel him, the press of his fingers against my wrists, the hot breath against my ear, the strength of his body caging me in but never breaking me. I should hate how much I liked it, how much it made my pulse pound, made my skin burn, made my body wake up in a way I haven't felt in years. I do hate it, but God's help me, I want to do it again. The training grounds are empty now, the torches still flickering, the scent of sweat and blood still lingering in the thick, humid air. My muscles ache, my knuckles are bruised, and my heartbeat still hasn't calmed down. I roll my shoulders, ignoring the dull throb of pain as I stride back toward the slave pits. The underground cavernous cells where the gladiators are kept, where the smell of damp stone and rusted chains fill the air, where hope comes to die. But tonight, something is different. Something sharp is stirring beneath the surface, something restless, something that tastes like change. The moment I step past the iron doors, I feel their eyes on me. The other gladiators, the slaves, men and women hardened by war and survival, butchered in the pits for the amusement of the nobles. They look at me like I'm something else now. "Did you screw him?" The voice comes from the darkness, gritty, sharp. I don't flinch. I don't even turn as Dargan steps forward, his scarred face half lit by the torchlight. His knuckles are bruised, split from too many fights. His eyes are dark and unreadable. I tilt my head, giving him a slow, sharp grin. "Jealous?" A few men chuckle from the shadows. Dargan doesn't smile. "You disappeared after the fight," he says, voice low, dangerous. "Came back dressed like a noble's toy. Then trained with him?" I snort. "I came back alive. That's what you should be worried about." "Alive, sure." Dargan crosses his arms, watching me. "But for how long?" A figure shifts near the stone wall. Sella. She's younger than me, but just as scarred. The pits have stolen something from her, something fragile, something soft. She doesn't speak much, but now her voice is quiet, hesitant. "What did he want?" The others lean in slightly, waiting, watching. I exhale slowly, rolling my shoulders. "He wanted a fight. He wanted to test me." A scoff. "And?" I smirk. "And I won." A low murmur ripples through the crowd. Dargan's lip curls. "You think this is a game, Hera? You think because a dark elf noble let you live, it means you have power here?" I take a step toward him. "No," I murmur, slow, deliberate. I think because a dark elf noble wants me alive, it means we all have power here. Silence. A charged, electric silence. Dargan steps forward until we're inches apart, close enough to feel the warmth radiating off him, close enough to feel his suffocating anger, his suspicion, his desperation. "You're playing a dangerous game," he murmurs, voice rough, dark. "So are we all," I counter. He studies me for a long moment. "What's your plan, Hira?" My pulse thrums. I step back, sweeping my gaze over them all. Gladiators, fighters, people with nothing to lose. And I say, low and sure, "We stop fighting for them." Dargan stiffens. "What are you talking about?" I tilt my head. "You think this system works because we're weak?" I pause. Let them feel it. Let them ache for it. Number it works because we play along. Murmurs ripple again. Cellar shifts uneasily. "If we refuse to fight?" "They kill us?" I laugh, sharp and humorless. "They already do. But what happens when we stop making it fun for them?" The silence thickens. Dargan exhales harshly. "You think one rebellion will burn down an empire?" I smirk. I think a single ember can burn a forest to the ground. There's a shift in the air. Something real, something tangible. A rebellion isn't built in a day. But this is the spark. Dargan clenches his jaw. But he doesn't argue. He knows I'm right. We've been waiting for something, someone, to remind us we're still alive. That we're not just bodies for sport. That we can still fight. And maybe, just maybe, we can win. Suddenly a sound from the tunnel entrance interrupts us. Footsteps. Not human. I stiffen as a shadow moves through the dim light. Tall, elegant, cold. Xyron. His eyes flick over the gathered gladiators before locking onto me. His lips curl. Am I interrupting something? The pit goes silent. Perfect. I let my mouth curl into a slow, sharp grin. Not at all, my lord.
Chapter 6. Xyron. The air down here is thick, wet with sweat, blood, and the stink of men who live on the edge of death. The slave pits are cut deep beneath the fortress, place carved into the very rock itself, a labyrinth of cells and training grounds where flesh is honed for slaughter. I walk through the dim torchlight, my boots echoing against the ground as I move deeper, past the rows of cages, past the broken things waiting to die. They watch me with dull, defeated eyes, all except one. Hera stands in the center of the chamber, flanked by her gladiators like a queen among the damned. No chains, no collar, just defiance wrapped in human skin. The flickering light kisses the sweat on her collarbones, highlights the bruises along her arms. The silks I gave her are gone, replaced with worn leathers, battle-stained, blood-darkened. She looks like a war prize, and she knows it. Am I interrupting something? The words drop like a blade, and the tension in the pit shifts. The other fighters go still, their gazes flicking between me and her. She doesn't turn immediately. Instead, she lifts a water flask to her lips, drinks slowly, deliberately, letting a single drop roll down her throat. Then finally, she looks at me. And God's damn me, but that smirk is a dangerous thing. Not at all, my lord. She draws out the title like poison dipped in honey. The other gladiators don't speak, but I can feel them watching. Waiting. They're watching, wanting me to break her. For her to break me. For blood. For something else. I take a slow step toward her, and the crowd parts like shadows. The heat between us is immediate. You've been busy, I murmur. She tilts her head, feigning innocence. Have I? I glance at Dargan, who shifts beside her, like a dog circling his master. His scarred face is unreadable, but the tension in his stance is clear. Making allies, I continue, lowering my voice as I move closer. Whispering in the dark. And here I thought you were just trying to survive. Survival looks different for all of us, doesn't it? Her voice is smooth, but there's steel beneath it. I step closer, deliberate, slow, measured. She doesn't move. And what exactly is it you're surviving, Hera? She exhales slowly, nostrils flaring, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Then she smiles. A slow, wicked thing that shouldn't look so good on a slave. You. The room goes silent. A dark, sharp thrill slides through my blood, low and vicious. Gods. She doesn't just defy me, she enjoys it. I move fast. One moment I'm watching her, the next, I have her pinned against the wall. A sharp inhale. Her back collides with the wall, but she doesn't flinch. Instead, she grins up at me like she's already won. I press in, caging her, letting her feel my body, my heat, my breath brushing over her skin. Try again, I murmur, voice a low rasp. Her hands come up, palms against my chest, not to push me away, but to test, to see how far she can go. I let her. This is about the game. You think they'll follow you? I whisper, my lips just a breath away from her ear. She shudders, but masks it quick, lifting her chin. They already do, she murmurs. I grip her throat, not squeezing, not cutting off air, just holding. Feeling the thrum of her pulse beneath my fingertips. She lets me. That's how I know. She's just as lost in this as I am. Do you know what happens to creatures that rise too far, too fast? I murmur, thumb brushing against the curve of her jaw. Her lips part slightly, breathing uneven. Enlighten me, Warlord. I lean in until my lips are just above hers, until I can feel her breath on my mouth. They fall. Then just as softly she says, Not if I bring you down with me. My grip tightens. She smiles. And by the gods, so do I. I release her, stepping back. The moment is broken, but the tension lingers, heavy as a blade. I look at the others, watching, waiting. Then I speak, voice dark, final. You want power, Hera? I nod to the gladiators. Take it. Then I turn, walking away. I want to see what she does next. I want to see her burn.
Chapter 7. Hera. The heat of his touch still lingers. The press of his fingers at my throat. The smell of him. Rich, spiced, dark. The way his breath had skated over my lips, taunting, teasing, like he'd wanted to do a lot more than just test me. I should hate him for it. I do hate him for it. But gods damn me. Part of me wanted him to break first. This is a game of control, a slow, dark war neither of us wants to lose. And I'll be damned if I let the warlord of House Herox be the one to win. The slave pits are quiet after he leaves, but the silence isn't comfortable. It's taut, stretched thin like a wire about to snap. Dargan is watching me from across the room, arms crossed, lips pressed into a thin line. What was that? I roll my shoulders, shaking off the lingering heat of Xyron's touch. I don't know what you mean. Dargan moves closer, steps measured, slow. You think you can play games with him? His jaw flexes, tense. You're going to get yourself killed. I tilt my head. You think I haven't been walking that line since the day I was thrown in this hellhole? His gaze flicks to my throat, where Xyron's fingers had been, where he'd held me not with brute force but with something worse, something seductive. That's different, Dargan mutters. I exhale sharply, dragging a hand through my hair. Yeah? How? His nostrils flare. You let him get too close. My lips curl into something sharp. You think I had a choice? You didn't fight him. That makes my hackles rise. I don't fight battles I can't win. That doesn't mean I don't know how to play the game. Dargan shakes his head, jaw tight. He's not like the others, Hera. He won't break easy. I step closer, letting my voice drop to a dark whisper. Then I'll break him the hard way. The tension between us is still thick when Sela moves from the shadows. She's smaller, lean, all sharp bones and quiet rage. Unlike the others, she doesn't look afraid. She looks curious. You ever hear the story of the last slave who thought they could rise? She murmurs. I glance at her, arching a brow. You gonna tell me? She nods, stepping forward. Decades ago, one of us got close. A gladiator. A human who fought too well, caught too many eyes, started whispering to the wrong people. She pauses, watching me. I don't flinch. And? Sela tilts her head. And he got bold. Thought he could win the favour of a dark elf noble. Thought he could make a difference. Thought he was safe. Something cold trickles down my spine. I already know how this story ends. He wasn't safe, I murmur. Sela smiles. But it's a dead thing. They let him believe he had power. Let him think he was close. She leans against the almost freezing stone wall. Then, one night, they dragged him from his chambers and flayed him alive in front of the court. I swallow. Damn. They left his body in the pits for days. Sela continues, eyes locking onto mine like she's daring me to argue. A warning. The silence stretches. I don't break it. Finally, I smirk. Good thing I'm not stupid enough to think any of us are safe. Dagon mutters something under his breath, rubbing his temples. You're insane. Yeah, I say, stretching out my sore muscles. But at least I'm fun. Sela snorts. Dargan. He looks like he wants to strangle me. Seriously, Hera, you think you can outplay a warlord? I turn to him, slow, deliberate. I think I already have. His eyes darken. How do you figure that? I take a step closer. Did he punish me? Dargan's brows knit together. What? Did he punish me? I repeat. Silence. Realization flickers behind his gaze. No, he finally mutters. Exactly. I smirk, stepping past him, heading for my cot. He wants to see what I'll do next. I murmur over my shoulder. He thinks he's the one in control. I glance back, lips curling into something sharp. He's wrong. Sela watches me, considering. Dargan looks pissed, but the truth is there, hanging between us. Xyron is playing a game. But so am I. And when the time comes, I'll make sure he's the one who loses. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 8. Xyron. The arena hums with anticipation. It's a different kind of energy tonight. Not the usual drunken, bloodthirsty fervor that rolls through the noble stands like thick, oppressive heat. No. Tonight there's a different hunger in the air. A hunger for a reckoning. I sit in my usual place, elevated above the pit, the cool stone of my throne pressing into my back. Below, the sands glow gold and crimson under torchlight, the blood of past fights already darkening the earth. The crowd wants a show. They want obedience. And Hera is about to spit in their faces. I knew it the second she stepped onto the sand. Knew it by the way she walked, slow and deliberate, as if the chains meant nothing to her. By the way she lifted her chin, the flickering fire casting sharp shadows across her cheekbones. By the way her gaze locked onto mine, unblinking, defiant. She's about to test me. Of course she is. I've given her too much leash. Let her play too long, she thinks this is a game. And I think I'm going to enjoy reminding her it's not. The announcer's voice booms through the air, a guttural chant rolling off his tongue. Something about tradition, honor, and the blood owed to the sands. The nobles cheer as Hera's opponent is led into the ring. A massive beast of a man, twice her size, a brute bred for slaughter. The betting slips exchange hands, gold changing ownership as they wager on how fast she'll fall. I already know the outcome, but I don't think they do. I lean forward slightly. Show me what you'll do, little warrior. The signal is given. Her opponent lunges, and Hera does nothing. The arena goes silent. A moment too long. A breath too heavy. She doesn't move, doesn't lift her fists, doesn't reach for the dagger strapped to her thigh. She stands perfectly still, arms loose at her sides, unfazed. My fingers tighten around the armrest. Oh, you clever little thing. The brute hesitates, momentarily confused. Then he lunges again, his blade whistling through the air. She sidesteps, effortless, lazy. He swings. She ducks, but she doesn't fight back. She's making a spectacle of this. The crowd erupts. Boos. Shouts. Angry, drunken jeers. The announcer stammers, voice cracking. This isn't supposed to happen. I watch her, closely, carefully. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows they expect her to fight. She knows they expect her to obey. And she's giving them nothing. A noble rises from his seat, furious. "This is an insult!" he shouts, voice shrill, full of red-faced entitlement. The council members murmur among themselves, brows furrowing. They're waiting for me to act, waiting for me to put her back in her place. But I don't move. Not yet. I want to see how far she'll go. The brute snarls, frustrated now. He feints left, then lunges forward, aiming for the kill. Hera lets him get close, too close, but she drops her weapon. The clang of metal hitting the ground is deafening. She kneels, not in submission. No, she kneels like an executioner, and when she lifts her head, locking eyes with me across the arena, the smirk on her lips is slow, sharp, dangerous. Hells. I exhale slowly, dragging my tongue over my teeth. The crowd erupts into chaos. Half of them are screaming for her blood. The other half, they're watching, realizing that something different is happening tonight. A noble beside me spits in disgust. "This is unacceptable," he hisses. "That human thing needs to be made an example of." I don't look at him. I don't even blink. I'm too focused on her. The way she holds my stare. The way her breath rises and falls, steady and unafraid. She's daring me to react. Daring me to punish her. She thinks she understands me. Thinks she knows the rules of this game. She doesn't. I rise slowly. The council members immediately shut up. I descend from my throne, taking my time, letting the tension swell, thicken. By the time I step into the pit, the noise fades. Everyone is watching. Hera doesn't move. She waits. Smart. I reach her. Stop. Stand over her, looking down. She tilts her head. Smirks. "Come to kill me yourself, my lord?" The way she says it, mocking, slow, filled with heat. The crowd holds its breath. They expect a blow, a strike, a public execution. But I do something far worse. I bend down, slow and deliberate, until my lips brush her ear. And I whisper, "Get up." Her body shudders. She hates that she reacts. I see it in the way her fingers curl into fists, the way her breath catches, the way her pulse jumps. She stands. I watch her rise slow and smooth until we are face to face. Her pupils dilate. She's angry and excited. I let my fingers skim the inside of her wrist, slow, testing. She doesn't pull away. Neither do I. The moment stretches, thick and poisonous. Then I turn to the nobles, voice calm, cruel. She is mine to punish. The murmurs start immediately, but no one dares argue. I've made it clear. She belongs to me, and the only person who gets to break her is me.
Chapter 9. Hera. The moment the heavy doors of his chamber slam shut, I know I'm screwed. Not in the literal way. Though from the way Xyron's golden gaze burns into me, I'm not sure if that's something he's considering. No, this is something worse, something more dangerous, something that thrums in the air between us, thick with the implications of what happened in the arena. He should have struck me down in front of them all. He should have ended me. Instead, he claimed me. She is mine to punish. The words still coil inside my head like a slow-burning poison. Mine. The bastard thinks he owns me, but he doesn't know what to do with me. The room is stiflingly quiet. The only sound is the distant crackle of the firelight against the obsidian walls, the soft scrape of his boots as he moves toward me. I don't step back. I refuse to. I meet him head-on, chin tilted up, heartbeat a slow, steady drum against my ribs. If he's expecting fear, he's going to be disappointed. Xyron stops a breath away. His scent is everywhere, dark spice, clean steel, something faintly smoky and sharp. I hate that it's familiar now. I hate that my body recognizes it before my mind does. His gaze rakes over me, slowly, like he's considering whether to devour or destroy. His fingers twitch at his sides. You really don't know when to quit, he murmurs, voice low, dangerous. I smirk. Neither do you, apparently. Otherwise I'd be dead by now. His lips curl. Is that what you want? He raises his head. To die. I lean in just enough to make the space between us tight, suffocating. You'd like that too much, wouldn't you? A beat of silence. Then he laughs. It's not soft. It's dark, rough-edged, cruel. And worse, it's amused. Gods, you really are something, he breathes, shaking his head. He moves before I can react, gripping my chin, tilting my face up to his. Not gentle, not brutal, just enough to say, I could break you if I wanted to. I don't look away. His thumb drags against my lower lip, slow considering. The heat coils low in my stomach, something wrong and unwanted and infuriating. You like testing limits, he murmurs. His voice is softer now, but no less lethal. I let my lips curl, parting them just slightly against his thumb, dragging my tongue against the pad of his finger. Just to piss him off. It works. His pupils blow wide, his fingers tightening, just for a second. Then he yanks away like I burned him. You're making mistakes, Hera. He moves, circling me now, slow, measured. Like he's studying a problem he hasn't figured out how to solve yet. You think you can control this? His voice is a slow drawl. You think you can push me? I don't have to answer. We both know the truth. I already have. Xyron exhales, long and slow, then gestures toward the room's massive stone balcony, where the night air rolls in, cool and thick with the stench of burning torches from the lower pits. Come here, he orders. I don't move. His gaze sharpens. That wasn't a request, little warrior. I should resist, should hold my ground, but I don't. Not I obey him. Never that. I want to know what he's playing at. So I step forward, slow, deliberate, matching his unwavering stare. The tension coils tight as I stop beside him, the cold stone railing pressing against my hands. "Look," he says, nodding toward the lower courtyard. I do, and my stomach twists. The gladiators are gathered below, the ones who have been whispering in the dark, the ones I have been building something with. They're training. At least that's what it looks like at first, but I see it for what it really is, a test. Xyron is watching them, watching me. He turns to me then, and the flickering torchlight makes his golden gaze look molten. "You're not the first to try this, you know." I stiffen. He smiles, slow and sharp. "I could stop you right now, have them all executed in the sand." My pulse spikes. He leans in, "But I won't." I grip the railing so hard my knuckles turn white. "And why not?" I grind out. His lips brush just close enough to feel. "I want to see what you'll do next." If he thinks I'll back down now, he doesn't know me at all.
Chapter 10, Xyron. The war room of House Herox is built like a fortress within a fortress. Thick stone walls, high ceilings, carved reliefs of past victories painted in shadow and silver. I stand at the head of the obsidian table, the council gathered before me. They're restless. The aura of tension is thick. Old men, high generals, bureaucrats with too much power and not enough spine, shifting in their silks, sipping aged wine and pretending they aren't discussing how best to kill a woman who doesn't know her place. I say nothing as they speak. Let them dig their own graves. The slaves whisper more than usual. Councillor Vallis sneers, drumming his fingers against the table. They think themselves emboldened. "They are emboldened," another snaps. "We know who to blame for that." The room shifts, attention dragging toward me. I lean back in my chair, lazily stretching my fingers against the cool stone armrest. "Say what you mean," I murmur. Councillor Dathis stiffens, throat working around words he doesn't want to choke on. "The human," he grits out. "The gladiator. She incites them, encourages them to think they are more than they are. More than cattle for the arena, more than things to be used and discarded. They don't say it, but I hear the fear laced beneath their words. It isn't just that she fights, it's that she won't stop surviving." I smile. "And..." The room stills. Councillor Vallis glares. "You've let her run wild, Lord Xyron. The nobles are watching. You protected her once. If you refuse to discipline her again..." "Discipline," I repeat, rolling the word over my tongue like the taste of blood. "Yes," Dathis says, voice sharp. "If you cannot, will not control her, perhaps it is time for someone else to step in." Ah, there it is, the real game, the real threat. The council has been waiting for a reason to cut my throat open. And Hera, she's the perfect excuse. I tap my fingers against the armrest, considering. A single move, a single shift could change everything, could tip the balance in ways they don't expect. "You think I don't have control?" My voice is low, slow, lethal. I rise, letting the air tighten around me, letting the room shrink beneath my presence. They don't dare look away. "I own that woman," I murmur. The words are deliberate, poison and honey in the same breath. The councillors stiffen, unsure, suspicious. If I allow her defiance, it is... I enjoy watching her realize how hopeless it is. I round the table, slow, dangerous. If I let her whisper, it is because I like watching her delude herself into thinking she has a chance. I pause behind Vallis, pressing a hand against his chair. And when I finally bring her to her knees, I lean down, lips just a breath from his ear. She will never rise again. There's only one way this ends. Only one way it's ever ended. With one of us breaking, neither of us are willing to be the first.
Chapter 11. Hera. The air in the pits is different tonight. thicker, heavier, like the stench of blood and sweat has sunk into the walls, into the stone, into the very marrow of this place. Like it knows something is coming. Or maybe I do. I roll my shoulders, keeping my breath steady as I watch the gladiators circle in the dim torchlight. They're waiting, not for a fight, for me. Dagon leans against the stone wall, arms crossed, jaw tight. Sella crouches on the ground beside him, sharpening a stolen blade, her fingers sure and practiced. The others shift, restless, hungry for something they can't name yet. The rebellion is more than just whispers now. It's a heartbeat, a pulse, a war drum waiting to be struck. And I'm the one holding the stick. It has to be tonight. Sella's voice is quiet, but the weight behind it is solid. She doesn't look at me when she speaks, just keeps dragging the wet stone along the blade. Shk, shk. I exhale through my nose, nodding once. We hit the supply lines, take what we need, disrupt what we can. My voice is low, measured. No killing unless absolutely necessary. We make them bleed, but we don't let them drown us in our own mess. Dagon scoffs, pushing off the wall. And if it goes sideways? If we get caught? I look at him, dead on. No flinch, no fear. Then we fight like we always have. A sharp snort. He rubs the back of his neck, frustration rolling off him in waves. Damn it, Hera. I don't answer him, I don't need to. We all know what's at stake. We all know what we stand to lose, and none of it matters. Not anymore. The only way out of this is through it. Something shifts. A presence at the edge of my awareness. A prickle at my nape. I turn before I even register the motion. Sparring rings are scattered across the pits, dimly lit by guttering torches, their flames flickering like dying gods. The sharp clang of steel against steel echoes, bodies moving in sweat-slicked precision. I step forward, drawn by something I can't name, something that makes the blood hum in my veins. Two fighters are circling, feet kicking up dirt, their muscles coiled, ready to strike. I feel it before it happens. A shift in weight, a tightening in the shoulders, the intention, the violence, a heartbeat before it snaps. The man on the right moves, too soon, too desperate, and I know. Before his opponent even lifts his weapon, I know exactly how the fight will end. Stop. The word leaves my lips before I think about it. Everything freezes. The fighters pause mid-motion, hesitation rippling through the watching crowd. Even Dagon stiffens, watching me like I just spoke in tongues. My stomach twists. Too late now. I lift my chin, keep my stance steady. He's baiting you, I tell the first man, never breaking eye contact. If you lunge now, you'll leave your ribs open. A slow, wary beat. Then, the second man shifts, weight rolling to the side, just like I knew he would. A moment later, he grins. She's right. A murmur ripples through the pits. A slow, spreading uncertainty. They don't know what to make of it. Neither do I. Because how did I know that? Dagon is watching me too carefully. So is Sella. They don't say anything, but I can feel the question between them. What is she? I swallow the knot in my throat. Shake it off. Back to work, I snap, turning away before they can press further. We move at sundown. The crowd disperses, but the feeling lingers. The way my skin prickled before the fight happened. The way my body knew something before my mind did. Something is wrong. And I don't have a clue as to what it is. It feels like something is waking up inside me.
Chapter 12. Xyron. The air inside the council chamber is thick with incense and hidden threats. The same meeting. The same topic. They just can't leave it alone. I lean back in my chair, fingers curled around the cool stone armrest, posture deceptively relaxed as Vali sneers across the table. I should gut him. The thought is idle, casual, like pondering whether to have wine or whiskey with dinner. She is a problem. The words slither from his mouth, slow and deliberate, every syllable coiling like a viper about to strike. And you, Lord Xyron, are letting it fester. I don't react, not outwardly, because that's what they want. The chamber is full tonight. The high-ranking dark elves of House Herox gathered around a massive obsidian table, their robes thick with wealth, their expressions sharpened by centuries of cruelty. They are older than me, but not stronger, and they know it. Siva, my father, sits at the head of the table. He hasn't spoken yet, just watches, eyes half-lidded, fingers tapping a slow rhythm against his goblet. The others wait for his word. But Vala speaks anyway. He's a rat who thinks he can bite a wolf. The human defies us openly, he continues, voice silken with malice. She incites rebellion among the slaves, mocks our traditions. And yet... He gestures toward me with his goblet, wine sloshing over the rim. She still breathes. A calculated silence follows. Then Kalith chuckles. Kalith. My second-in-command, my war general, the only one in this room whose hands are as blood-stained as mine. He sits with one boot braced against the table's edge, his smirk sharp, amused. Maybe he likes the fight. His voice is a lazy drawl, but there's an undercurrent of something darker beneath it. Vala stiffens. You think this is a game? No, Kalith murmurs. He raises his head toward me. I think he's testing something. Waiting, watching. And we all know he doesn't keep things around unless they serve a purpose. His gaze meets mine across the table. Waiting. He's trying to read me, trying to see if I'm losing my grip. I smile. Let them wonder. Your fascination with her is becoming problematic. This time it's Kiva who speaks. His voice is quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that has preceded execution orders in this chamber before. I sip my wine, unbothered. Fascination? I repeat, lifting a brow. The others shift slightly. I can feel the thin thread of patience tightening. You think I let her live because of interest? I let the word drip with amusement, with insult. Let them hear how ridiculous they sound. Siva doesn't blink. Isn't it, son? I exhale slowly, setting my goblet down. Careful, deliberate. No. I stand, pacing slowly, letting my boots echo against the stone. I let her live because she amuses me. A lie. But a lie they will believe. I glance at Vala, smirking. Would you rather she amuse you? His face darkens. She is dangerous. So am I. A silence. One thick enough to choke on. If you cannot keep your pet on a leash... I move before he finishes. Not fast, not angry. Just enough to remind them why they fear me. My fingers curl around the back of Valis' chair, dragging him forward slightly. His breath hitches. Do you think I don't know what she is? I murmur, voice low. Measured. A flicker of something in his eyes. Fear. He masks it well, but I feel it. I know exactly what I'm doing. The chamber holds its breath. I lean in slightly. The question is, let them ache for it. Do you? Valis exhales shakily, but he doesn't push further. He knows. Siva watches me for a long moment, then finally he smirks. Very well, but do not forget. Every leash can tighten, even yours. A warning, a subtle knife to the ribs. But I just bow my head slightly, playing the obedient role. As the council disperses, Kalith lingers. He waits until the others are out of earshot, then murmurs, They're starting to wonder, you know. I sip my wine, feign boredom. About? Kalith watches me, too closely. what she is. A flicker of something sharpens inside me. He continues, tone amused, but not entirely. You see it, don't you? The way she moves, the way she fights, it's not just training. He exhales. She's something else. I roll my shoulders. And? Caleth smirks. And if you don't figure it out soon, someone else will. He leaves, and I grip my goblet so hard the stone cracks. He's right, and I hate that it's the first time I'm willing to admit it.
Chapter 13. Hera. Heat pulses through the night, the scent of sweat and damp stone curling through the tunnels beneath the arena. I can feel the pit above us, the ghosts of old blood soaking into the sand, the muffled roars of the crowd still echoing from earlier fights. They don't know we're down here. They don't know what's coming. But they will. Soon. This doesn't feel right. Dargon's voice is low, wary. He shifts beside me, his knife catching the torchlight as he scans the cavernous storage chamber where the stolen weapons are stashed. Wooden crates stacked high, dark elf steel hidden inside like a secret waiting to be spilled. Our first real victory. And yet, the air feels wrong. Too still. Too quiet. We should move, Sella mutters, her fingers brushing the hilt of her blade. Now. I nod once. The plan was simple. Strike, steal, slip away before they even knew we were here. But my skin is prickling, like something inside me already knows the shape of the blood that's about to be spilled. And then, the shadows shift, and all hell breaks loose. The first blade whistles through the air. Dargon curses, knocking me aside just as a dark elf warrior lunges from the shadows, his sword slicing through the space where I'd been standing. Damn. The council set us up. I hit the ground hard, rolling fast, yanking my dagger free as I come up into a crouch. More of them appear, dark silhouettes cutting through the torchlight, elite warriors moving like wolves. The ambush is perfect. Too perfect. They were waiting. Move! I snarl, spinning low, slashing a warrior's Achilles tendon as he swings for Dargon. He screams, crumpling, but another takes his place before his body even hits the ground. Sella is already moving, ducking, slashing, but there are too many. Steel clashes, boots scrape over stone. The air fills with the stench of blood, and I feel it happening. I'm suddenly faster, too fast. I dodge before I even see the next strike coming. I feel it, I know it. Like my body is moving before my mind can catch up. Like I've done this before, in another life, in another war. Damn. One of the warriors swings high, aiming for my head. I twist, grabbing his wrist, but my grip is too strong. Too strong. Something sharpens in my blood. Heat coils under my skin. His bones snap under my fingers. He screams, and something inside me likes it. Hera! Dargon's voice cuts through the haze, snapping me back just as another blade swings for my ribs. I block, but my chest is heaving. I'm buzzing. Not just from the fight. Not just from the blood. But from whatever this is. The heat. The instincts that shouldn't be mine. And they know. The dark elf warriors see it. They hesitate, just for a second, their eyes flicking between me and the bodies at my feet. They've fought humans before. They've killed countless slaves in the sand. But they've never seen one fight like this. And I can feel their fear. Like I can taste it. It makes my pulse spike. Makes something hungry coil in my stomach. Damn. Damn. I don't have time to think. We're losing. More of us are falling. And I have two choices. Run or burn. We need to move. Sella's voice barely reaches me. I blink, shaking off the fog, the hunger, the thing in my blood that doesn't belong. We can't win this fight. Not here. Not yet. Fall back! I snarl, grabbing Dargan's arm and shoving him toward the tunnel. Sella is already moving, leading the others, her blade slick with blood. I spin, slashing one last time before breaking for the exit. The warriors chase us, but not all of them. Some of them just watch. And I know, we've lost. There is no escape tonight with half of us just staring at me. Because whatever I just did, whatever just moved through me, wasn't human.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 14. Xyron. Hera is dragged before me, bleeding and defiant. Her wrists are bound with iron, her hair tangled from the fight, dried blood smearing the curve of her throat. And damn, she looks like something out of a war god's dream. Bruised, battered, but still standing, still looking at me like she owns the ground she bleeds on. The guards shove her forward. She doesn't stumble. Of course, she doesn't. Even after that disaster she led, she's still fighting. Still daring me to break her. And I'm so tired of wanting her. Leave. The word slices the air. The guards hesitate. They think I mean them. But my gaze is locked onto hers. Hera lifts a brow. Oh, she purrs, licking a cracked lip. Finally tired of an audience? The breath in my lungs turns to fire. I grip the edges of my desk, forcing myself to stay still. Go. I growl, this time to the warriors in the room. They shuffle out, not questioning it, not daring to linger. The moment the door slams shut, the tension thickens, pulling taut like a noose. You're bleeding. It's not a question. Her lip curls like she doesn't give a crap. So, I push off my desk, moving toward her, slow, controlled. So, I echo, you should be dead. A lesser human would be. A lesser anything would be. That fight she walked out of should have ripped her apart. And yet, she's still here, still standing, still looking at me like I'm the problem. You think I don't know what you're doing? I murmur. She tilts her head, mocking curiosity. You're gonna have to be more specific, Warlord. I do a lot of things that piss you off. I exhale slowly, dragging a hand down my face. You lost people tonight. Something flickers in her gaze. Anger. Pain. She masks it well, but not from me. That wasn't a battle, I say, circling her now, slow like a predator closing in. It was a massacre. She doesn't flinch, but her jaw tightens. Good. Let her feel it. Let her remember. They knew you were coming, Hera. Her breath shudders just slightly, a crack in her armor. But then, she smirks. What? Feeling sorry for me now? No. I close the distance between us too fast. Her breath catches. Not in fear. Not in submission, but in something else. You're getting reckless. My voice is low, dangerous. And it's going to get you killed. She laughs, a sharp, breathless sound that scrapes along my spine. Oh, don't pretend you care. My grip tightens around her chin, not hard enough to hurt, just enough to say, stop lying to both of us. If I didn't care, you'd already be dead. Her lashes flicker, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she presses closer. And here I thought you were just keeping me alive to watch me burn. Damn. I should let her go, but I tilt her chin higher. Her pulse hammers beneath my fingers. A slow, steady drumbeat. I can't decide if I want to listen to it or tear it apart. I don't need to watch you burn. My voice is a whisper against her skin. You're already on fire. Her breath stutters. Her lips part. And for a second, just a second, she gazes at me like she's falling into something neither of us are ready to name. Then she moves. Fast. Too fast. She twists, yanking her wrists free, shoving me back before I can stop her. The iron clangs to the floor. I step forward, heat lacing through my veins, but she's already there, palm flattening against my chest, stopping me. I don't need your warnings, she breathes. I exhale sharply. No, I murmur. You need a leash. Her smirk returns, dark, wicked. Too bad, she murmurs. No one's ever been able to keep one on me. It's a war. And the next time she pushes, I won't stop myself from pulling her under.
Chapter 15. Hera. The pits are too quiet. The usual din of metal clashing, voices snarling, the ever-present hum of barely contained violence. Gone. Instead, there's only what we lost. The air smells of blood. Not the distant kind. Not the familiar stench of the arena sands soaked with old violence. Number. This is our blood. Blood that was spilled for nothing. For a war that hasn't even started. And it's all my fault. Dargan stands near the edge of the training ring, arms crossed, jaw tight. Sella crouches beside what's left of the fallen. 4 bodies, 4 faces I won't see again. 4 fighters who believed in me. And now they're rotting under torchlight. A waste. Say something, Hera. Dargan's voice cuts through the silence, rough as gravel. I stare at the bodies. My fingers twitch at my sides. What do you want me to say? I murmur. Dargan exhales sharply, rubbing a hand down his face. I want to know you feel it. His voice is thick with something dark, something angry. That you... His words choke off. Like he's fighting himself. He wants to blame me but can't. Not yet, but I already blame myself. We weren't ready. Sella mutters from the ground, her fingers brushing the cooling skin of one of the dead. They knew we were coming, Dargan adds, his voice low, clipped. They set a trap, and we walked into it like idiots. I press my teeth together. Feel the sharp edge of failure cutting into me like a dull knife. We move forward, I say, voice flat, cold with something I can't name. Forward? Dargan lets out a bitter laugh, stepping toward me. Are you even listening? 4 of us died, Hera. They were your fighters and they're gone. And, I lift my chin. Dargan stills. The tension between us snaps tight like a wire. And, he grits out, stepping even closer, towering over me now. How many more are you willing to lose before you figure out that this isn't a game? It's not a game. I don't yell, I don't snap. But my voice, it's low, sharp, coiled with something dangerous. I know what he wants. He wants me to break, to admit I screwed up, to grieve. I don't have that luxury. So instead, I step into his space, let my voice drop even lower. But you already knew that, didn't you? He doesn't move, doesn't blink. Because you're still here. The silence between us is thick. Dargan's breath is ragged, his hands fist at his sides. Sella watches from the ground, her gaze heavy, like she's waiting to see if we tear each other apart. And maybe we should. But instead, Dargan exhales roughly and turns away, hands braced on his hips. I just don't want to see you end up like them, Hera, he mutters. I don't have that choice. My skin is too tight. Everything is too much. The implications, what happened, the way Xyron looked at me earlier, the way I knew the fight before it even started. I shove off, turning away, walking fast, heading to the edge of the pits, to the underground tunnels. I don't stop until I hit cold stone, until my hands slam into the wall, breathing heavy, heart pounding. Too much, losing control. The voice is too familiar, too close. I whirl, pulse spiking, muscles coiling, and there he is, Xyron, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, that unreadable, dark amusement curling at the edges of his mouth. His eyes gleam under the torchlight, drinking me in like he knows, like he felt it, like he knew I would run. I grip my teeth. What do you want? I warned you, he murmurs. He pushes off the wall, steps closer. And you did exactly what I said you would. My breath shudders, not from fear, not from anger, but from something worse, from the fact that I hate how right he is. So what? I snarl, voice sharp. You came here to say I told you so. His gaze rakes over me, slow, too slow. No, he murmurs. Another step. I came here to see if you would finally admit it. Admit what? That you like this. Everything inside me locks up. Go screw yourself. He laughs, low, deep, infuriating. I would, but you look like you need it more than me. Bastard. Before I can stop myself, I lunge, fists curling in his tunic, slamming him back against the wall. He lets me, doesn't fight it, doesn't stop me. He wants to see what I'll do next. And I hate that. He just watches, his breath even, his pupils blown wide. And damn, this is dangerous. This shouldn't feel like this. You think I like this? I whisper, voice shaking. I think you were born for it. He breathes. I freeze. Because that felt too close to the truth. I release him and step back, turning away before he can see whatever just flickered in my eyes. Get out of my sight, Xyron. He doesn't move, doesn't say a word. But I feel his smile. He sees me, and I don't even know who I am anymore. Chapter 16. Hera. The space is thick with scorching heat, the kind that sticks to your skin and coils into your lungs like something alive, something hungry. I stand at the corner of the pits, my fingers curled into tight fists, watching as the others move like shadows through the tunnels, preparing for the raid. The underground air smells of sweat, steel, and quiet desperation. No one speaks. Not yet. What we're about to do presses against us all like a storm waiting to break. I should be afraid. I should be thinking about the ones we lost. But all I feel is the burn, the anger, the need to strike back, to make them bleed for every drop of blood they've taken from us. And I don't give a damn if I burn with it. This is reckless. Dargan's voice is low, tense. I don't look at him. I don't need to. I already know the look he's giving me, the one he always does when he thinks I'm pushing too far. You knew what this was. I keep my voice composed, my focus sharp. This doesn't stop, not now. He exhales, sharp and frustrated. It's different now. We've already lost too much. If this goes wrong, then we adapt. I turn to him, finally, meeting his gaze head on. Or you walk away. Something flickers across his face, anger, maybe even hurt. But he doesn't move. He won't walk, not really. Not when we've come this far. It's been happening more often. The fury, the restlessness, the way my blood hums too loud in my veins, screaming for more. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about domination, destruction, and I don't know why. I clench my jaw, pushing the thought away. Now isn't the time to fall into my own head. The plan stays the same, I say, rolling my shoulders, trying to shake off the edge creeping into my voice. Dagon crosses his arms, his lips pressed into a thin line. "You're not listening." "I'm listening just fine." "No, you're not." His voice is too calm, too measured, and it makes my skin prickle with irritation. "You're letting this turn into something else, Hera." I bristle. "Something else?" I snarl. "You don't just want to fight anymore." He steps closer, too close, his voice dropping lower. "You want war?" The words slam into me like a punch to the ribs. He's not wrong. I can feel it. The way my body craves the next battle, the next kill, the next strike against the people who took everything from me. It isn't enough to hurt them. I want to burn them down. And that's not normal. It's not who I used to be. But it's becoming who I am. I tear my gaze away, breathing sharp, shoving the thoughts into a dark corner of my mind. This is a distraction I can't afford. Not now. "Let's get moving. Watch out for my signal." Dargan doesn't push further, but the look he gives me before turning away sits heavy on my skin, like he sees something in me that I don't want to acknowledge. The plan is simple. Burn the supplies, hit House Herox where it hurts. Not just an attack, a message, a war cry. The nobles think they can trap us in the sand, break us, make us fight for their amusement. They think they can keep us caged. Tonight, we remind them why cages don't last forever. I run my fingers over the handle of my dagger, feeling the cool metal bite into my palm. Dargan sighs. "You're not going to wait?" "Number watch out for my signal." He gives me a long, measured look. And if he's watching? My stomach tightens. I know exactly who he means. I don't need to ask. I can feel him, even now. Xyron, the warlord who hunts me with his eyes, his words, his presence. He's too close, always too close, watching, waiting, like he's already decided how this ends. Then let him watch. I say the words before I can think better of them, before I can acknowledge the implications. I realise want him to. The torches flicker, casting long shadows against the stone. The rebels are ready. The place is alive with tension. Then the signal comes. A sharp burst of flame from the far tunnel. The first fire. "Go!" I order, my voice a sharp edge. And then we move. Into the dark. Into war.
Chapter 17. Xyron. The fire starts before I even reach the gates. It licks up the stone walls like a living thing, hungrily devouring the banners of House Herox, smoke curling into the air in thick black coils. The flames are too strong, too well placed. This wasn't a mistake. This was a war declaration. And I know exactly who set the match. It's them, isn't it? Carleth's voice is cold beside me, his silver hair glowing in the firelight. I don't answer immediately. Instead, I watch the flickering chaos as warriors scramble to control the blaze. Shadows move just beyond the fire's reach. I see the flicker of bare skin, the glint of stolen steel. They think they're clever, moving unseen through the tunnels they dug beneath my feet. I've known about the tunnels for months. The gladiators have always had a way of surviving, of moving where they shouldn't, scraping out holes in the underground, carving pathways beneath the arena, hiding like vermin in the dark. And I've let them, because watching a rat scurry is more entertaining than crushing it outright. I catch sight of her through the flames. She's faster than the others, more ruthless, a blade in one hand, a torch in the other. Gods, she's beautiful in destruction, like she was born for it. Something inside me tightens, something hungry, something that shouldn't be there. But it is, and it's only getting worse. Secure the south tunnels, I murmur to Caleth, watching as the rebels scatter, retreating through their hidden paths like insects scurrying from the light. Force them to one exit. I want them funneled into a corner with no way out. Caleth smirks. You're hunting her, aren't you? I don't answer, because we both know. I wait. I listen. The smoke is thick, curling in my lungs, filling my vision with nothing but heat and ruin. But I know she's still here. She hasn't run yet. Because Hera never runs, not until she's forced to. And I plan to force her. She moves through the tunnel entrance, thinking she's unseen. But I step into her path before she can disappear into the dark. Smoke and blood paint her like a war goddess, like something untamed and perfect. Going somewhere. My voice is low, rough. She reacts instantly, body tensing, blade flashing. Out of my way, Warlord. I smile. Make me. She moves first. Of course, she does. A lunge, sharp and fast, but I catch her wrist, twisting, slamming her back against the tunnel wall. She snarls, bites out a curse, fights like she's made of raw fury. And gods, I love it. I press closer, pinning her, feeling her heart hammer against me. You call this war? I murmur, mocking. She bares her teeth. Call it whatever you want, I'm not stopping. Her breath is hot against my jaw, her pulse racing. And damn, this isn't just a fight anymore. This is something else. Something thick with heat, with want, with something we don't name. You lost. I whisper the words against her ear, feeling the way her body shudders. She hates that I'm right, that she can't break me like she breaks everyone else. Screw you, she breathes, and I grin. You will. And then I knock her out cold. She slumps, unconscious in my arms, breath still ragged. I lift her easily, feeling the way her body fits too well against mine, like it was meant to, like I was always going to catch her in the end. Take the rest of them into custody, I order Caliph, voice even. Kill the ones who resist. Caliph studies me, then nods. And her? I glance down at the woman who has done nothing but defy me from the moment I saw her. At the wild, reckless creature that has sunk under my skin like a buried blade. She's mine.
Chapter 18. Hera. I wake to heat. Not the kind from the fire that swallowed House Herox's war stores. Not the kind that licked at my skin when I swung my torch and watched the flames consume everything. No, this heat is different, closer, heavier, more dangerous. It's him, Xyron. The smell of him, dark spices and battle-worn steel, seeps into my senses before my vision clears. Before I register the silk beneath my fingers. Before I realise I'm not in the pits anymore. I'm in his bed. I bolt upright. The moment I move, I feel every ache, every bruise, every reminder of the fight we lost. The rebellion crumbled under his hands. And now, so have I. I don't recognise the room, but I know it belongs to him. Everything is too rich, too decadent, too suffocatingly expensive. Deep black stone walls, gilded torches casting gold across silk sheets, and the smell of him, thick in the surroundings. Like he owns every inch of this place, like he owns me. I was wondering when you'd wake up. His voice is a blade against my spine. I whip toward the sound, heart hammering. Xyron leans against the far wall, arms crossed, eyes gleaming like molten fire in the dim torchlight. Too casual, too composed. Like he hasn't just ruined everything I fought for. Like he hasn't stolen me from the battlefield and dragged me here, into his domain. Like he isn't waiting for me to give up the fight. Break. Go to hell. The words slip out like a snarl. He smiles, slow, amused, infuriating. Oh, little warrior. He moves toward me, slow and predatory, his presence filling the space, suffocating the atmosphere between us. You're in my hell now. My pulse spikes. Every instinct in my body screams to move, to fight, to run, to do anything but sit here caught in his gravity. But I don't. Because running isn't what I do. And something dark inside me knows. I don't want to run. Not from this. Not from him. Why am I here? I bite out, fists curling in the silk sheets. Xyron reaches the bed, stopping just close enough that I feel his heat, feel the way the air thickens between us. Because you lost. His voice is low, even. Dangerous. Because you belong to me now. You think you own me? I force out, voice sharper than my shaking hands. He leans in, not touching me, but so close it doesn't matter. I don't think, little warrior. A breath. A slow, deliberate pause. I know. Something snaps. I move before I think, lashing out, aiming for his throat, needing to push him back, needing to remind him that I am not something to be owned. But he anticipates it, like he always does, like he knows me better than I know myself. He catches my wrist, twisting, yanking me forward. And suddenly, I'm caged between his arms, between him. You still don't get it, do you? His breath is warm against my skin. You can fight me all you want, Hera. His fingers tighten just enough to make me gasp. But you'll always end up right here. Pinned, breathless, trapped in something neither of us can escape. I should fight harder. I should shove him away, kick, bite, anything. But I don't. This isn't just rage anymore. It's heat. It's hunger. I hate the way my body betrays me. Hate the way my pulse spikes when his grip tightens. The way his scent sinks into my lungs, heady and intoxicating. I hate him. But I hate myself more. His lips brush my jaw. Not a kiss. A warning. A threat. A promise. You're mine now. His voice is a growl, rough and dark and sinful. Say it. I clench my teeth. Go screw yourself. His laugh is low, deep, vibrating through my bones. I'd rather screw you. Fire. That's what it feels like the moment his mouth crashes onto mine. The moment control shatters. The moment I stop thinking and start burning. It's brutal, violent. A battle as much as it is a surrender. Teeth, hands, desperation. I hate him. I want him. I want to hurt him and drown in him and ruin him the way he's ruining me. And he knows it. Tell me to stop. His breath is ragged against my lips. Tell me you don't want this. I should. I know I should. But the words won't come. Instead, I arch into him, my body answering for me.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 19. Xyron. The aroma of incense lingers in the air, thick and cloying. It curls through the dimly lit corridors of the Herox estate, wrapping around me like a whisper of old power. Siva's chambers are different from the rest of the fortress, where the council halls are cold, merciless, carved from black stone that seems to drink in the light. His private rooms are warm. The torches burn lower here, golden and steady. The air is heavy with spice and aged parchment, with the musk of old leather and ancient tomes. It smells like history, like bloodlines, like a kingdom resting on one man's shoulders. And that man, he is the only one I've ever bowed to. My father, my patriarch. Sit, my son. Siva's voice is smooth as aged steel, deep and commanding. It carries through the room like a blade in velvet. I obey, because you don't argue with a warlord like Shiva. because you don't deny a father when he speaks to his heir. Siva studies me from across the heavy onyx table, his eyes sharp as a predator's. He lifts his goblet, the deep red wine swirling like blood against the black crystal. "Your report," he orders, as if he doesn't already know, as if he hasn't been 3 steps ahead of me this whole time. "The rebellion is broken," I say, voice even, measured. Siva's lips twitch. Not quite a smile, not quite approval, but something close. "And the girl?" he asks, eyes gleaming as he takes a slow sip. I hesitate, and Siva notices. He notices everything. "Ah," he exhales, leaning back, a knowing hum in his throat. "So it's like that?" I don't move, don't react. But he knows. Of course he knows, because Shiva Herox has ruled for too long, has played too many games, has seen too many men fall because of their desires. He knows what happens when power tangles with hunger. "Do you believe you control her?" he asks smoothly, watching me over the rim of his goblet. I meet his gaze. "She is mine." Then a quiet laugh. Not cruel, not mocking, just amused. "That," Siva murmurs, "is what men always say before they lose everything." I exhale slowly, forcing my shoulders to stay loose. "You think she will break me?" "I think you do not yet understand what she is," my father corrects, swirling his wine. His gaze is piercing, unforgiving. "You let her into your bed." Not a question. A statement. I don't answer. I don't need to. He already knows. "She fights like something untamed," Shiva muses, voice thoughtful. "Like something that does not know its own chains." He raises his head, gaze narrowing. "Tell me, son, what happens when you finally leash her? When she stops fighting? When there is nothing left for you to chase?" My jaw tightens. I don't have an answer. I don't know. And Siva grins. "Do you remember what I told you when you were a boy?" His voice is lower now, softer. It pulls at something inside me. A memory of me, much younger, standing before him in the training rings, my hands bloodied, my lips split from the last round of combat. "Strength is not just in the body, Xyron. It is in the mind. In the patience to hold the knife without using it, in the wisdom to know when to strike." He leans forward now, hands steepled. "So tell me, my son, do you still hold the knife, or have you already cut too deep?" The question settles like a stone in my chest. I don't understand. Hera is under my skin, in my blood, in my bones. I'm not certain who is hunting who. Shiva watches me, eyes unreadable. Then finally, he smiles. "Good." I arch a brow. "Good?" He leans back, stretching like a satisfied beast. "You should always be uncertain, my son." His voice is silk and steel, warmth and warning. "It keeps you from becoming weak." I stand, my chest tight, my mind turning. Siva lifts his goblet in silent dismissal. "Be wise, Xyron. Be ruthless. And remember," his eyes glint, sharp and golden, "love is the deadliest weapon of all."
Chapter 20. Hera. I wake to the smell of him. Not just the lingering spice of his skin, the stench of steel and war and something darker, but him, his presence, his weight in the air, heavy as a storm rolling in. I don't need to open my eyes to know he's watching me. I can feel it, like a blade at my throat, like a brand against my skin. My body aches, every muscle, every bruise, every reminder of the battle lost, the rebellion crushed, the moment I let him take me. The silk sheets beneath me feel too soft, too wrong. I don't belong here, not in this bed, not in this world. And yet, here I am. You're awake. His voice is smooth, dark, edged with something that we both don't want to delve into. I force my breath steady, keeping my face blank as I slowly turn my head toward him. Xyron is leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, eyes burning like embers in the dim light. He looks too at ease, too in control. Was I supposed to stay unconscious? I bite out, pushing up onto my elbows. The sheets slide down my bare skin. His gaze flicks downward, just for a second. But I see it, feel it, like a pulse of heat between us, like a match held too close to dry kindling. I clutch the sheets tighter. His mouth curves. Shy now, little warrior. The way he says it, mocking, taunting, makes my blood boil. You think you know me, Warlord? I sneer. I know exactly what you are. His voice is so sure, like he sees something in me that even I don't. And that pisses me off more than anything. I don't think. I just lunge. A blur of movement, silk sheets forgotten, my hands aiming for his throat. He catches me, like he was waiting, like he knew I'd try. The impact slams me against the wall. His body, solid, unrelenting, pins me there before I can twist away. My pulse spikes, sharp and violent, not in fear, never fear, but in something worse, something I refuse to name. His breath is hot against my jaw. That was cute, he murmurs, voice a mockery of amusement. Try again? I snarl, twisting, trying to break free, but his grip tightens. His fingers are bruising against my wrists. His legs cage mine in place. And damn, I hate this. Hate how strong he is, hate how my body reacts to it. Let me go, I snap. No! One word, a death sentence. I lash out again, but it's not just rage anymore. It's frustration, heat, a battle neither of us want to end. And he just grins, like he's enjoying this, like he likes the way I fight him. He does, he always has. His mouth brushes against my ear. Not a kiss, a taunt, a warning, a promise. I could break you so easily, Hera. My chest heaves. You keep saying that. My voice is hoarse, raw, filled with something I can't name. But I'm still standing. He laughs, low, dark, dangerous. Not for long. The room is too hot, too small, too filled with tension we both don't want to delve into. My nails dig into his skin. His hands tighten around me, and just as suddenly, he lets me go. Just like that. 1 second I'm trapped between him and the wall. The next I'm stumbling forward, breathless, furious. I turn, ready to lunge again, ready to tear into him, but he's already walking away. You want me to fight? My voice is shaking with rage. You want me to submit? He pauses, glances over his shoulder. His smile is slow, lethal. I already won, Hera. You just haven't figured it out yet. The door shuts behind him. The air is still thick, still electric, still suffocating. I stagger back, pressing a hand to my chest, my heart slamming against my ribs like a war drum. I don't know who I hate more right now. Him, or myself, for wanting this war to never end.
Chapter 21. Xyron. The training pit is silent, save for her breathing. Low, controlled, measured. But I hear the way it catches when I move. See the way her fingers twitch around the hilt of her blade. She's trying so hard not to react. But I see it. I feel it. She's still feeling me. You're slow today, little warrior. Maybe I tired her out last night. The idea makes satisfaction bloom inside me. Hera's jaw clenches. Good. She's already losing. Not just the fight, but herself. She lashes out, fast, a flash of silver cutting toward my ribs. I let her get close. Too close. Just enough for my breath to drag against her skin. Just enough for her to remember. Then I catch her wrist, twist, and slam her against the wall. Her body bows against mine. Heat, tension, something worse. She freezes for a fraction of a second, and I use it, leaning in, pressing just enough for her to feel me, to remember how deep I was inside her. You weren't this weak last night. Her snarl is instant. She shoves back, but I don't let her go. I won't. Not when she still smells like me. Not when I can still hear the way she moaned my name. Get off me, Warlord. Why? Afraid? Her breath hitches. Not fear. Not even close. I dip my head, brush my lips against her ear. Not a kiss. A taunt. A reminder. You weren't so shy when you were coming apart beneath me. She lunges. Pure instinct, pure rage, but I expect it. I twist her, catching her from behind, pressing her into the wall. Her pulse slams against my palm where I grip her throat. She's so alive, and I want her again. Let me go. Say please. She snarls, thrashing against me, but I don't move, and I can't. Because she's under my skin, wrapped around my heart like a vice. I have to remind myself why I haven't already taken her again. You should be thanking me. She goes still. For what? She breathes, voice low, furious. For keeping you alive. Her laughter is sharp, cruel. Keeping me alive? You mean keeping me in your bed? I smile against her skin. You didn't seem to mind last night. She stiffens. And damn, there it is. The thing she doesn't want to admit. That she liked it. That she wants more, even if it's killing her. I hate you. Her whisper is so quiet, but I hear it. I feel it. I believe her. It doesn't matter. I still want her anyway. I let her go, slow, deliberate, like it's my choice, not hers. She doesn't move, doesn't run. Just stands there, breathing hard, hands shaking at her sides, like she's realizing something too late. Like she knows she's already lost. Not just to me. To us. Again, I order, stepping back, rolling my shoulders. She blinks, still caught in the moment. What? Fight me again? She hesitates, and I smirk. Unless you need a moment to recover? Her eyes flash, and I barely dodge her next strike. Chapter 22. Xyron. The council chamber is suffocating. 12 men and women, all dressed in their finest deception, sit in a perfect half-circle, their black robes pooling over the polished obsidian floor. The space is full of incense and unspoken threats. I take my seat. I don't bow. I don't speak first. Damn, I don't need to. They called me here, and I already know why. You are keeping them alive. Kalith speaks first. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. His words sink into the room like poisoned knives. I don't react. I don't have to. I just let the silence do the work for me. Because silence is power. And right now, I want them to feel it. The Gladiators, Valis presses, tapping a gloved hand against the armrest. The ones who led the rebellion. They should be dead. Yet they aren't, Kalith muses, tilting his head. Curious, isn't it? I smirk. I don't recall needing permission to keep prisoners. Kalith smiles back. It's the kind of smile you give a man right before you slit his throat. You misunderstand, Xyron. His voice is calm, sharp, deadly. This is not a request. It's a warning. Valis leans forward, his eyes gleaming. Rebellion is a disease, Warlord. One does not let it fester. One cuts it out at the root. You think I don't know about it? Then why are they still breathing? I glance around the room, at the watching eyes, the careful tension. They think they're closing in on me. That they can force my hand. They forget. I do not bow. I do not break. I rule. I own their leader! A ripple moves through the council, whispers, a flicker of uncertainty. Caliph watches me too carefully. You mean the human? He asks, voice smooth. Not just any human. I lean forward, let my voice drop lower. The one who almost took your house down with nothing but stolen steel and rage. I let them remember how close she came, how much damage she did, how dangerous she is, and now she is mine. Caliph is the first to speak. And yet, you let her live. I grin. She's more useful breathing. The chamber buzzes with quiet tension. I can see the war in their eyes. Half of them agree. Half of them want my head for it. They won't move yet, but this was their first test. And they're watching, waiting for the first crack in my armor. Caliph smiles, his fingers drumming against the table. Very well. I don't trust his easy agreement. I shouldn't. The game isn't over. It's just starting. After that tense confrontation with the council, there's this aching need driving me to see Hera. I go to her like a moth craving the fire, like how they fly to their deaths. As I enter my private chambers, the torches flicker against the walls. The scent of sweat, steel, and anger lingers in the air. She's waiting for me, standing in the center of my room, body tense, eyes burning. She doesn't even give me time to speak. Where are they? Her voice is low, sharp, a blade to my throat. I don't answer immediately. I want to see her fight for it. Your people? I muse, stepping closer. You'll have to be more specific. Her hands clench into fists. Don't play games, Xyron. And if I enjoy them? Her breath stutters just slightly. I grin. Because she's still so easy to unravel. And I want to pull every thread. The Gladiators, she bites out. The ones who fought with me. Where are they? I take my time. Let my eyes flick over her slowly. She's still wearing the battle, even now. Tension in her shoulders. Heat in her glare. The way her pulse thrums in her throat. Still ready to fight me, even when she knows she'll lose. Some are dead. I watch the way her chest rises sharply. I continue. The others are in the dungeons. They'll live unless I decide otherwise. Her breath hitches. She hates this. Hates that I have this power. Hates that she gave it to me. You're using them. I am keeping them alive. At what cost? I step closer until she has to tilt her head to meet my gaze. At yours. She doesn't move. Doesn't look away. But her body is too still. And I know. She's breaking. Even if she refuses to show it. You want them freed? I reach out, brushing my fingers against her jaw, her pulse hammering beneath my touch. Then earn it, little warrior. She shudders, not in fear, but because she knows what I mean. This war between us is no longer just fought with steel, because she is losing, and I'm devouring her.
Chapter 23. Hera, I am shaking, not from fear, not from exhaustion, from something worse, from something I don't understand. I refuse to understand. The dungeons reek of blood and damp stone, the air thick with the stench of unwashed bodies and hopelessness. I can't see them. The others, my people. But I know they're here, buried deep in the pits beneath Xyron's kingdom, caged like animals, waiting for a master's mercy. And I am standing here, unbound, breathing clean air. I am not a prisoner. I am something worse. A bargaining chip. His words still coil around me like a noose, each syllable tightening. At yours. I feel it in my bones. What he's demanding. The realization that this game was never about my people. It's about me. How far I'll go. How much I'll take. How long before I stop pretending I'm still fighting. I pace the length of my chamber, my pulse hammering beneath my skin, hot and restless. The walls feel too tight, too close, like they're pressing against me, whispering the truths I refuse to say aloud. Xyron wants me to break. He wants me to admit that this war is already lost, that I belong to him just as much as his blade, his fortress, his crown. Some dark, primal thing inside me wants it too. I slam my fist into the nearest pillar, the pain jolting through my knuckles, sharp enough to ground me, to keep me from unraveling. But it isn't enough. It doesn't burn the weakness out of me. The heat is still there, crawling beneath my skin, simmering in my veins. It's been growing worse since the rebellion failed. Since I was taken. Since I woke up with his scent in my lungs, his taste still on my lips. I should hate this feeling. I do, and yet, it doesn't leave. It doesn't leave. I force myself to breathe, to shake the thoughts from my head. I need control, focus, a way to think past the constant pull inside me. I need to be ready, not restless. Not this, not whatever I'm becoming. The door creaks open. I know who it is before I turn. The air shifts, thickens. His presence is huge. It dwarfs this big chamber, pressing into me like something physical. I hate how easily I recognize it, how my body registers his nearness before my mind can catch up. Xyron doesn't speak at first. He just watches, eyes burning into me, assessing, waiting. For what? For me to crack? For me to fall apart in his hands? Screw him. What do you want? My voice is rough, jagged at the edges. His smirk is slow, deliberate. You. My stomach twists, heat flashing through my spine like a live wire. I hate how easy it is for him. How he can say one word and make something inside me turn against itself. You can have my body, Warlord. I step toward him, refusing to show hesitation. But you will never have me. He chuckles, the sound low, dark, and knowing. You say that, but your body begs to differ. I strike before he can say another word, faster than I mean to, faster than I should be able to. He blocks my attack, but his expression flickers, a shadow of surprise tightening his features. He felt it. I know he did. What was that? He murmurs, his grip tightening around my wrist. My breath hitches. Nothing. Liar. His free hand moves, tracing along my jaw, his touch lighter than it should be. You're changing, little warrior. I glare at him, even as my pulse betrays me, hammering like a war drum. You don't know crap about me. No? His fingers curl beneath my chin, forcing me to look at him. Then why do I feel it? I don't know what he means. I don't want to. If he can feel it, this restless, burning thing inside me, then I can't pretend anymore. I can't pretend it's just rage, just grief, just what he's done to me. It's something else, something worse. You're imagining things, Warlord. I shove away from him, turning my back before he can see the crack in my mask. I need to breathe. I need to get out of this room before I lose control. I don't see his expression, but I feel the shift in the air, the knowing amusement, the certainty. You can say something else to yourself. Lie all you want, Hera. His voice is quiet, too close, too deep. But you can't lie to me.
Chapter 24. Xyron. The grand hall of House Herux is drenched in decadence, laced with poison. The aroma of aged wine and burning incense hangs thick in the air, mingling with the low hum of conversation. Dark elves, highborns, and political snakes, dressed in their most opulent deception, move through the space with practiced ease, each step a calculated maneuver. This is not a gathering. It's a warfield in silk. And tonight, I play the game. My eyes sweep the room, scanning the faces that watch me too closely. Some hide their intent behind polite smiles. Some don't bother at all. Valis is among them, smirking into his goblet. Caliph stands near the council's inner circle, speaking in low tones to one of the war strategists. They're waiting for me to make a mistake, for me to prove that I am slipping, for me to show that I am no longer the untouchable warlord they fear. They think they see cracks. They think they smell blood. They think wrong. She doesn't belong here. A whisper, low and scathing, reaches my ears. A noble, one of the lesser lords, sneering toward the far side of the room. My gaze follows his line of sight, and then I see her. Hera. She stands near the balcony, shoulders squared, head high, body wrapped in a dress far too elegant for the bloodthirsty creature inside it. The dark fabric clings to her in ways that should be illegal, the deep slit along her leg exposing bronze skin and battle scars. Her hair is braided back, but loose strands fall along her face, wild and untamed, just like her. She looks like she wants to rip the dress off, like she wants to burn this whole place down, like she is still a caged beast, aching to taste blood. Damn. What is she? The noble sneers, swirling his goblet. A pet? A plaything? A trophy from your little rebellion? My fingers twitch around my own glass. I shouldn't react. I should let the insult slide, let the fool believe his words mean something. But I don't. There is no word for what she is to me, no label that fits. That infuriates me. Instead, I smile. You have a death wish, Lord Vexus. His smirk falters, just slightly. I'm merely stating the obvious, Warlord. I take a casual sip of my wine, then step closer. Then let me be clear. I let the silence drag, thick and weighted. The next time you speak of what's mine, I tilt my head, voice dropping to a whisper. I'll make sure you don't have a tongue to do it with. His throat bobs. Hera hasn't seen me yet. She stands near the railing, looking down below, lost in thought. But I see the tension in her spine. She knows I'm here. She always does. Thank gods, I love that. You're uncomfortable. I come up behind her, feeling the heat of her skin, but not touching. She doesn't flinch. I'm mesmerized by the way her breath slows. She doesn't turn. You put me in a dress, she mutters. What did you expect? I chuckle. You look good in it. Her jaw tightens. Screw you. You already have. She spins to face me, eyes flashing, teeth bared. Perfect. I drag my gaze over her, slow, taunting. You should be thanking me, little warrior. For what? I lean in, just enough for my breath to brush her ear. For making sure every man in this room knows exactly who you belong to. Her fingers curl at her sides, tight enough to crack stone. I don't belong to you, Warlord. No. I reach out, brushing my knuckles down the bare skin of her arm. She shudders. Not in fear. Not even close. Then tell me, I murmur, lips just a breath away from hers. Why do you let me touch you? She doesn't answer. She can't. Because we both know the truth. And it's killing her. I hear the movement before I see it. A noble. An idiot. He steps too close to her. Too bold, reaching out as if she's something to be touched. And before I even think, I'm moving. The next second, his wrist is in my grip. The next, it's snapping. He screams, dropping to his knees, clutching the ruined limb. The room goes silent. All eyes on me. On us. I barely look at him. I just stare at Hera. Touch what's mine again, and I will carve the skin from your bones. She doesn't speak, doesn't move. But I watch the way her pulse flutters against her throat. She hates how much she likes this, hates how much I know it. You're a bastard! Her voice is breathless, edged with something dangerous. I grin. Thank you, sweetheart. She steps back. Before I can pull her in, before she lets herself break, and I let her go. This war between us, it's only just begun. Chapter 25, Xyron. The message arrives before the blood on my hands has even dried. A folded piece of black parchment placed neatly on my war table like an invitation, sealed with dark wax, stamped with the insignia of the council. Don't open it immediately. I already know. I can feel it thick in the air, crawling over my skin like a slow sinking weight. The council is moving, and they aren't playing anymore. The firelight flickers against the walls, casting twisting shadows that stretch and coil. The stench of charred wood and blood clings to my skin. Valis is predictable. Kalith is not. He's a man who watches from the edges, waits until the perfect moment before sliding the knife between ribs. And this message, this carefully timed declaration, this is the first real cut, the first warning shot. I rip the wax seal off, unfolding the parchment with slow precision. The writing is neat, too neat. A carefully scripted threat dressed in formal pleasantries. The council requests your presence at the High Chamber at dawn. Your decisions have raised concerns. We would hate to misunderstand your intentions. It's not a request, it's a summons, a trap, and they think I'll walk into it. They think they have it in the bag. Bad news? Her voice cuts through the silence, rough and edged with something unreadable. I don't turn, but I know exactly where she is. Standing near the stone archway, watching. Her presence is a weight in the room, a gravity I can't ignore. Even now, even when the world is starting to crack open beneath my feet. You tell me, I murmur, folding the parchment between my fingers. You're always good at causing trouble. She huffs, stepping forward. And you were always good at making sure I paid for it. I glance at her then. She's still wearing the dress from the gathering, but it's rumpled now, the fabric creased, her hair slightly disheveled, like she's been pacing, restless, like she's still feeling the aftermath of what I did to that noble, of what we almost did on that balcony. What does the letter say? She asks, crossing her arms. I don't answer right away. Instead, I let my gaze drag over her, slow, deliberate, letting the silence stretch. I want to see it, that flicker in her eyes, that awareness, that hunger she refuses to name. The council is moving against me. Her brows knit together just slightly. Because of me? I smirk. You think too highly of yourself, little warrior. She scowls, bristling like an untamed thing. But I see the moment of hesitation, the flash of something deeper beneath the fire, a question she doesn't want to ask, a fear she doesn't want to name, that maybe she is the reason, that maybe, without realizing it, she's already become the crack in my armor. So, she presses, sharpening the edge in her voice. So, I echo, stepping closer, crowding into her space just enough to make her breath hitch. They want me to answer for my actions. And what actions would those be? Keeping you alive. She stills. For just a moment. I stare at the way her throat moves, the way her fingers twitch like she wants to reach for something. A blade, a weapon, a way out. But there's no way out of this. Not for her, not for me. And gods, I don't know if I even want one anymore. What happens if they decide you've made the wrong choice? She asks, voice lower now. Less sharp, more dangerous. Because she already knows. She's smart enough to read between the lines. The council doesn't waste time with trials. They don't offer second chances. If they see me as a threat, if they decide I'm no longer fit to rule, they'll try to end me. Then I kill them first. Her eyes flicker. Not in surprise, not even close. She expected that answer. But something shifts in her expression. Something I don't quite understand. Yet. Then why are you still here? She demands. You should be planning, making moves, doing something. Who I am. I reach for her, not roughly, not like a warlord claiming his prize, but like a man choosing his weakness. Her breath stutters. And she hates it. I see it in her eyes. And the way she clenches her fists like she wants to strike me just as much as she wants me to keep touching her. And I could, right now. I could pin her against the wall, tear that dress from her body, remind her exactly why she keeps coming back to me. But I don't. Because for once I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her admit it. That this is more than hate. That this is so much worse. You're a selfish bastard, she murmurs, her voice unsteady. I grin, low, dark, and you like it. She glares. No denial spills from her lips. She can't deny it, or else it will be an outright lie. We both know that whatever this is between us, it's already ruined us both. I don't even care.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 26. Hera. The air crackles around me, heavy with the stench of steel and sweat, the faint sting of charred incense still clinging to the training grounds. Xyron stands across from me, eyes unreadable, his posture deceptively relaxed. A predator waiting for the kill. He's always watching, waiting for me to slip, waiting for me to show momentary weakness. I tighten my grip around the hilt of the sword, trying to ignore the heat crawling under my skin, the slow, insidious fire burning in my veins. Something's wrong with me. I feel it. I've felt it since the moment I woke up in his bed, since the moment I let him drag me under. And now it's getting worse. Focus, little warrior. His voice is low, taunting, a deliberate pull, a challenge. I don't take the bait. Not this time. Instead, I roll my shoulders, stretching the tension, pushing against the feeling clawing inside me. Are we going to fight, or are you just going to talk? His lips curve into a slow, knowing smirk. Impatient? Bored. A lie. A lie. Because right now, standing here with him, I feel anything but bored. The moment shifts, a whisper of air, a flicker of movement, and then he's on me, fast, hard, merciless. I barely block the first strike, the impact shuddering through my bones. But it's not just the force of his attack, it's the way he moves, the way he's always too close, the way his breath brushes my skin as I twist out of reach. I strike, he counters. I shift, he follows. It's a dance, a war, a game of control. Too slow, Hera. Screw off. His chuckle is low, dark, and then he moves again. Fast, too fast. I barely register the shift before I'm pinned, sword knocked from my grip, his body pressing me against the wall. Damn. My breath is ragged, my pulse hammering. He leans in, just enough for the heat of him to sink into my skin. A mistake. Suddenly, I don't feel like myself anymore. I feel wild, restless, like something inside me is trying to claw its way out. I shift against him, testing his hold. His fingers tighten around my wrists, holding me still. I should kill you for that. His voice is smooth, too smooth. He knows exactly what he's doing to me, and he's enjoying it. You should try, I breathe, voice sharper than I intend. His smirk deepens. Careful, little warrior. Or what? Or you might not like how this ends. I bare my teeth. You think I'm afraid of you? No. His gaze drags over me, slow, deliberate. I think you're afraid of yourself. Something inside me snaps. My mind goes blank. I just move. A brutal shift, a sharp twist, and suddenly I'm the one pinning him. His back hits the wall. His grip falters just enough. Just enough. And then my blade is at his throat. Silence. Thick, tense, crackling. My breath is shallow, my muscles trembling. Not from exhaustion, not from the fight, but from whatever just happened, from the way I moved. Too fast, too strong. From the way Xyron is just watching me now, like he's seeing something I don't want him to see. What are you? His voice is quiet. Not mocking, not taunting, something else. Something dangerous. I step back, dropping the blade. I don't know. I mean it. Something is happening to me. Something I can't control. And I have no idea what it means. Xyron doesn't press. Doesn't push. He just tilts his head, studying me. Then, after a long, tense beat, he smiles. We'll find out soon enough. And the worst part? I think he's right.
Chapter 27. Xyron. The High Council chambers reek of rot and old power. The kind that seeps into the stone, into the bones of this place, lingering long after the bodies have been buried. I take my seat back straight, posture unshaken. 12 eyes watch me, waiting, measuring, plotting. They think I don't see the knives behind their smiles. They forget I'm the blade in the dark. And I do not bow. You've been summoned, Caliph says smoothly, his voice a slow coil of silk and steel. I don't answer immediately. I don't have the words. I already know this is a trap. You waste my time, Caliph, I murmur, leaning back just slightly, letting them know I am not cornered. Say what you mean, or don't speak at all. The attention tightens. Good. Let them remember who they are dealing with. The Council has concerns, Caliph continues, ignoring the warning in my tone. About your distractions. The trap snapping into place. The human, Valise adds, his voice sharper. The one you parade through the halls. The one you refuse to kill. The one you claim is nothing, yet you keep her close. A slow smirk curves my lips. If you're so concerned with my bed, Valise, I can send for someone to warm yours. Laughter ripples through the chamber, sharp and cutting. Valise doesn't smile. Good. I want him mad. Men who are angry make mistakes, and I'm waiting for mine to make one big enough to bury him. Caliph tilts his chin, feigning amusement. You're losing control, Xyron. Am I? You let the rebellion breathe when it should have been snuffed out. I took care of the rebellion. No, Caliph says, and this time his smirk is sharper. You played with it, just as you're playing with her. I grip the armrest of my chair, fingers curling against the smooth obsidian. I'm not angry, not cornered, but they think I am, and that means they've finally revealed their hand. Tell me, Caliph, I muse, voice smooth, deadly. Do you want her dead because she's dangerous? Or because she reminds you how weak you truly are? The silence that follows is thick, suffocating. Caliph's eyes narrow just slightly. Valise stiffens. Then I know. I just hit something raw. You are reckless, Caliph finally says, his voice smooth even. And recklessness breeds weakness. So you wish to replace me? His smirk deepens. Not yet. A movement at the far end of the chamber catches my attention. A figure stepping into the light. Old, regal, dangerous. My father, Siva. For a moment, the room goes still. Even now, even of old age, Siva is a force that commands silence. His steps are measured, unhurried, but I see it. The way his fingers twitch just slightly, the way his jaw tenses. The way his movements aren't as sharp as they should be. What is this? His voice is quiet, but it does not need volume to carry weight. Caleth smiles, too smooth, too well practiced. Merely a discussion, my lord. A discussion about my son? A discussion about House Hierox, Valis corrects. Siva's gaze sharpens, and for a second, just a second, I think he might actually gut them all where they sit. I wish he would, but he doesn't. He still plays by the old rules. He still thinks this court can be controlled. He is wrong. I grow tired of these games, Siva finally says, voice laced with warning. My son will answer to me. Not to you. Of course, my lord, Caleth says, bowing just slightly, just enough to feign submission. But I see it. The glint in his eyes, the slow creeping shift in power. The first real crack. Siva turns to me. His eyes are fading at the edges, dulled by something I can't quite name. Walk with me. A command. I rise. No matter what, I am still his son. And whatever is coming, this might be the last time we ever stand on the same side. Chapter 28. Xyron. The private training hall is silent, except for the faint hum of torches burning along the obsidian walls. The space is overflowing, not just with heat, but with something else. Something unspoken. I stand in the center of the room, rolling my shoulders, testing my blade. Siva stands opposite me, his expression unreadable, his posture as strong as ever. But there's something wrong. Something that makes the hairs at my nape stand on edge. You wish to discuss something? I keep my tone even, casual, but this summons lingers. Siva doesn't answer immediately. He studies me, his eyes assessing, sharp, and takes a slow, deliberate step forward. You've lost your patience, boy. I didn't realize you called me here for a lecture. His smirk is slow, familiar. You should always be prepared for one. I exhale, adjusting my grip on the hilt of my sword. A familiar dance, a game we've played 1,000 times before. But something is different. His movements are precise, powerful, but slower. A half-second delay. A flicker of strain. The realization curls in my stomach like a blade turning inward. I don't like it. You wish to test me? I ask, narrowing my eyes. Siva tilts his head, and for a brief second I see something beyond the Warlord. I see the man who raised me. No, son. He lifts his blade. I wish to remind you what strength truly is. I don't hesitate. I move first. The clash of steel shatters the quiet, ringing through the hall like a war cry. I strike, fast and sharp, my blade slicing through the air. But he counters. Barely. I see it in the way his footwork favors his left side. The way his breathing falters for a fraction of a second. Something is wrong. But he won't say it. He won't say it. You're distracted! His voice cuts through my thoughts and I tighten my grip, forcing my focus back to the fight. No, I counter, twisting into a strike. I'm reading you. Then read carefully. His attack comes swift, faster than I expect. I barely dodge the blade before his arm slams into my ribs, sending me staggering back. A sharp jolt of pain shoots through my side, and I growl, "Old man." He chuckles. "Sloppy, boy." I adjust my stance, and I should be pissed. But there's something else coiling beneath my skin. A tension I can't place. He's pushing me. But I can see the cracks. The slight tremor in his wrist. The momentary stiffness in his movements. The flicker of exhaustion in his eyes. How long? The words leave my mouth before I can think about it. Siva stills. How long what? How long have you been weaker? Silence. For a second, just a second, I think he might answer. But then he moves again. Faster, sharper. A clean strike, nearly taking my shoulder. I deflect at the last second, my blade catching his. I'm not weak. His voice is steady, Controlled. Too controlled. And suddenly I want to hit him. Not because of the fight. Not because of whatever lesson he's trying to carve into my bones. But I know he's lying, and he's not even trying to hide it. You're hiding something. You sound like a child. I'm not a child. I push forward, forcing him back. I see the way you move. I see the difference. His gaze hardens. Do you doubt me? I doubt your honesty. His lips curl into a sharp, knowing smirk. Then that is something we have in common. I grit my teeth. This is not how this should feel. This is not how my father should look after a fight. He should be unshaken, unmoved. But instead, he looks tired. Like this fight cost him something. Like the weight of the crown is finally sinking into his bones. You're not telling me something, I say, voice lower now. And you are not listening. Another strike, another clash. A moment of stillness, our swords locked between us. His strength is still there, but the edge of it, it's duller. Less like an unbreakable warlord, more like a man holding on to something already slipping. What are you trying to prove? I grit out. His gaze doesn't waver. That no matter what happens, you must be strong. What does that mean? It means... His blade twists against mine, forcing me back a step. That the moment you show them weakness, they will bury you in it. Suddenly I realize... He's not talking about himself. The council is waiting for you to fall, he says, quieter now. And they will strike when you least expect it. Then I'll kill them first. His lips twitch. Not quite a smirk, not quite approval. Good, but be careful, Xyron. A flicker of something in his eyes. Your greatest strength will be your greatest weakness. I don't understand until it's too late.
Chapter 29. Hera. The room isn't cold, but I'm shivering. Not from fear, not from exhaustion. Something else, something hotter, something worse. The firelight flickers against the walls, casting jagged shadows across obsidian and steel. The whiff of smoke, and something darker. Xyron's scent fills the space. I barely have time to turn before the doors slam shut behind him. A sharp, deliberate sound, a declaration. I don't have to look at him to know he's seething. His presence crackles, heavier than I've ever felt it. He's not just angry, he's unraveling. You're pacing. His voice is a low, dark thing, curling inside me like a noose. I don't stop. So it's irritating. I whip around, eyes narrowing. Then leave. I expect him to smirk, to play his usual game, to taunt and tease, to wield control like a sharpened blade. But he doesn't. He just stares. Something is wrong. There's a sharpness to him, something fractured beneath his control. The air between us is thick, suffocating. A battlefield before the first strike. What happened? I demand. Nothing. A lie. I see it in the set of his jaw, the tension lining his shoulders, the way his fingers curl at his sides like he's holding something back. He looks like he wants to destroy something. Or someone. You're a terrible liar, I say, voice lower now. I take a step forward. A test. His eyes flash, tracking the movement like a predator watching prey. My pulse pounds, traitorous and heavy. I don't have time for this, he mutters, turning away. But I don't let him. I move without thinking, grabbing his wrist. The moment I touch him, he moves. I barely register the shift before my back is against the wall, his body caging mine in. The breath punches from my lungs, and I curse myself for letting him do this again. But I don't push him away. And that's the real problem. You should be afraid of me. His voice is a whisper of heat and steel against my throat. I'm not. He doesn't speak immediately. Instead, his fingers skim down my jaw, tracing slow, deliberate paths like he's committing me to memory. His touch is fire and control and something else, something worse, something I want. You should be, he murmurs. I swallow hard, too hard. Why? His eyes burn into me. There's no stopping now. The words land heavy, final, like a dagger pressed against my skin, like a warning, like a surrender. I don't want him to stop. His breath ghosts over my lips, hot and uneven. His fingers tighten around my wrists, holding me there, holding himself together, like he's at war with himself, like he's fighting the same battle I am, like he wants me to be the one to break first. I can't. I won't. This is the only war I know how to win. Then don't. I speak almost instinctively, before I can think, before I can remember all the reasons why this is a mistake. Right now, I don't care. I just want the war to end. Then, he moves. His mouth crashes against mine, teeth and heat and ruin. His grip tightens, demanding, consuming. There's no hesitation, no slow build-up, no tentative exploration. We've been fighting this for too long. Now, we just burn. His hands are rough, greedy, dragging me closer. I don't stop him. I don't want him to. I need this. I need to feel something real. And right now, he's the only real thing left. The kiss is messy, desperate. He tastes like anger and need and something deeper, something darker, something that I don't dare think about. If I do, I'll never walk away. And I'm not sure I want to. He pulls back, just enough for his breath to mingle with mine. His eyes are wild, sharp, burning straight through me. This changes everything, he growls. I grip his face forcefully. Good. His hands are everywhere, tearing at my clothes, his touch leaving trails of fire in their wake. My own hands are just as desperate, clawing at his tunic, pulling it off to feel the warmth of his skin against mine. He pins me to the wall, his body pressing into me, leaving no space between us. His mouth finds my neck, teeth grazing my pulse point, and I gasp, my head falling back against the stone. His hands slide down my sides, gripping my hips, lifting me until my legs wrap around his waist. Stop me, little warrior. He growls against my skin, his voice ragged. Instead, I tighten my hold on him, grabbing a fistful of his hair. I don't. I can't. He carries me to the bed, his movements rough, urgent. But this time, there's a deliberate slowness to his actions, as if he's savouring every second, every reaction.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 30, Zyen. The summons had come in the dead of night. Urgent, clipped, laced with something unspoken. Something wrong. I should have gone sooner. I should have felt it. The shift in the air, the tightening noose. But I had been elsewhere. I had been with her. The door looms ahead, tall and carved from onyx. The guards outside step aside too easily, too quickly. A warning flashes in my mind, sharp and cold. I push open the doors, and then the world tilts in its axis. Siva is collapsed in his chair, body slack, skin paler than I have ever seen it. His eyes, once so sharp, so unwavering, are dulling, fading. A slow, quiet death. One that has been happening for days, for weeks. And I never saw it. No. The word rips from my throat. I am at his side in seconds, dropping to a knee, hands reaching. For what? To shake him awake? To pull him back from the abyss? To reverse what has already been set in motion? He coughs, blood staining his lips. His fingers curl weakly around mine. Too slow, boy. His voice is ragged, but there's a smirk in it. A whisper of the man he was. My chest tightens, seizing with something I can't name. What happened? I grit out, my hands tightening around his arm, trying to will strength back into him. Who did this? His lips part, a breath of sound. Then the doors slam open behind me. Footsteps. Voices. Army of them. I don't have to turn to know. I already know. The council, the vultures, the snakes, the traitors. They planned this. They waited until the perfect moment, and I had walked straight into it. What is the meaning of this? Kaleth's voice is mocking concern, false grief. My lord! Valis follows, stepping closer, eyes flashing with something triumphant. Guards! Seize him! Cold steel clamps around my wrists before I can even think. Too many hands, too much force, but it doesn't matter. My father is dying in my arms, and they are already writing my death. He's been poisoned, one of the advisors exclaims, voice so perfectly timed, so carefully practiced. Kaleth tilts his chin, watching me. How unfortunate. Bastard, lying, traitorous bastard! I snarl, trying to surge up, but hands clamp down on my shoulders, forcing me to kneel. Release me! I bellow, my voice a promise of blood. But they don't. They don't have to. They have already won. You knew. The words come soft, barely above a whisper. I freeze. My gaze snaps down. Siva's eyes are on me, half-lidded, fading, and knowing. You knew, I repeat, my voice breaking. Didn't you? His fingers twitch, the faintest trace of a smirk on his bloodied lips. I suspected. A cough, a breath. But you needed to see it for yourself. The words hit like a blade through the ribs. He knew. And he let it happen. He let himself be the bait. He let himself die. For me. For my lesson. For my throne. Do not kneel, boy, he rasps, voice weaker now. You are my son. You will rise. Remember our duty, boy. Remember what we live to protect and destroy. Don't forget. You will take back what is yours. It has been too long, and I'm going to see her now. His grip tightens. One last burst of strength, and then it's gone. He is gone. I stop breathing. The world stops moving. A king dies in my hands, and a warlord is born in chains. Xyron, Lord of House Herox, Kaleth announces, stepping forward with the air of the executioner. For the crime of regicide, for the murder of your own father, I lift my head, slow and lethal. Say it. Kaleth smiles. You're stripped of your title and sentenced to death.
Chapter 31. Hera. The air still tastes of him, of fire and sweat, of war and ruin, of the one thing I swore I would never want, and yet I'm drenched in it, sore, bruised, marked, not just by his hands but by the way he looked at me, like I was something more than a game, like I was something his. Damn. I roll over in the massive bed, sheets tangled around my legs, my body aching in ways I don't want to think about. I can still feel him. The phantom press of his fingers. The imprint of his teeth against my throat. The unspoken war in his eyes before he claimed me like a conqueror. I let him. I wanted it. I opened myself to the enemy. And now I can't take it back. I exhale sharply, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. Get up, Hera. I force myself to move, sitting up, gripping the edge of the silk-draped bed like it might ground me. But nothing feels real. Not the soft flicker of firelight against the obsidian walls. Not the lingering heat where he had pinned me, ruined me, left his claim on me. Not even the suffocating press of my own thoughts. I should have left. I should have killed him the first time he touched me. Instead, I let him crawl inside me, wrap himself around my gut like a sickness. And now I can't tell what burns more, my hatred or my longing. The door slams open. A half-dozen soldiers storm into the room, their boots heavy against the polished black floors. Steel gleams in the torchlight. I barely register the snap of movement before hands seize me, wrenching me forward. I snarl, thrashing, instincts kicking in before my mind can process what's happening. "Get your hands off me!" The soldier behind me yanks hard, nearly dislocating my shoulder. Another grabs my wrist, snapping cold metal around it. "By order of the High Council, you are under arrest." The words crack like a whip. I freeze. What? The soldier grips my chin, forcing me to look up at him, his smirk twisting with mocking amusement. Lord Xyron has been taken into custody for the murder of his father. The world lurches. My lungs seize. The air vanishes. Liar! I don't recognize my own voice. It's not rage, not denial. It's a whisper of something worse, something close to fear. The soldier sneers. "You think he'd spare you? You think he was anything more than a killer?" I don't blink. I don't breathe. I can't believe it. Not Xyron. Not the warlord who fought for his father's respect, who stood at his side despite the vipers in the council. Not the man who, last night, had looked at me like I was the only thing anchoring him to this world. Not him. "Bullcrap," I snarl, voice steadier now. I twist, lashing out. A sharp crack. My knee slams into the soldier's ribs. He stumbles. I grab his dagger. Steel flashes in my hand. Another lunges for me. I duck, strike, spin. Blood sprays across the silk-draped bed. Bodies crash to the ground. I don't stop. I can't afford to stop. The moment I stop, this nightmare becomes real. And I'm not ready for that. A sharp whistle cuts through the air. Pain explodes through my scalp as a soldier rips me back by my hair. I grunt, slashing wildly, but another soldier grabs my arm, twisting it until my joints scream. "Enough!" The grip tightens. "You will come quietly, or I will carve the defiance from your bones." I snarl, spitting blood, heart pounding. Quiet? Never. I snap my head back. Bone meets flesh. The soldier shouts, stumbling. I tear free, and I run. My bare feet pound against the floor, cold and slick with spilled blood. The hallways blur past me, a maze of shadowed corridors and flickering torchlight. Shouts echo behind me, but I don't turn back. Not for them, not for him, not for the ache in my chest that I don't have time to name. I run. The gilded halls fade, the polished obsidian giving way to rough-hewn tunnels. I push deeper, down into the filth and heat of the pits, the stench of sweat and blood wrapping around me like a shroud. I stop only when my legs threaten to give out, my breath ragged, my pulse hammering against my ribs. My hands tremble. I press my back against the stone wall, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block out the words. Xyron killed his father. Number, not him. Not the warlord who had touched me like I was something sacred, even when he was ruining me. Not the man who had whispered my name like it was the only truth left in this world. Not him. Not him. I force myself to breathe, to think I'm not safe. Not yet. And I won't be until I know the truth. If they've taken him, if they've truly framed him, then the real war is just beginning, and I am not losing.
Chapter 32. Xyron. The chains bite deep. Cold iron, laced with dark enchantments, burns into my wrists, sinking past flesh, past bone, into something deeper, something raw and ancient inside me. Power, suppressed, caged. The very thing I once commanded now coils inside me like a dying beast. I am truly powerless. The dungeon reeks of blood, damp stone, and decay. A fitting grave for a warlord. The only light comes from the torches lining the walls, flickering shadows against rough-hewn rock. It is cold, not the kind that numbs, but the kind that burrows into your bones, festers there, eats you from the inside out. Or maybe that's just rage. I exhale through my teeth, rolling my wrists against my restraints. They don't give. The council knew exactly how to break me. Not with swords, not with steel, but with a cage, with a collar around my throat and iron around my wrists. And still, I refuse to bow. You look like crap. The voice slithers through the silence, smooth as silk, sharp as a blade. Calith, the serpent, the traitor, the spineless prick who had been waiting for this very moment. Enjoying yourself? My voice is rough, scraped raw from disuse, but the smirk in it is undeniable. I assume you've been waiting for this day for a long time. Calith chuckles, stepping closer, his polished boots clicking against the floor. Longer than you know, Warlord. Not Warlord anymore. The words are unspoken, but they hang between us, thick with meaning. Calith stands over me, eyes glinting with satisfaction. You lost, Xyron! I finally look up, meeting his gaze, letting my hatred settle between us. Not yet. His smirk doesn't falter. If anything, it widens. Still delusional, still clinging to power like a dying dog snapping at scraps. He crouches, studying me like one might study a caged beast. You think she'll come for you? The words hit harder than I expect. A flicker of something I can't name claws at my ribs. No, I won't give him this. I won't let him dig under my skin. I don't need her to. My voice is steady, even. Lies taste like steel on my tongue. Calith tilts his head, eyes sharp. Interesting. He exhales a soft laugh, shaking his head. You almost had me convinced. Almost. But we both know better, don't we? He leans closer, voice dropping to a whisper. You think I don't see it? The way you looked at her? My muscles coil. The way you wanted her, even when you shouldn't have? I clench my jaw. Say nothing. Kaylee smiles, slow and knowing. The way she left you. I snap the chains, or I try to. The enchanted steel burns hotter, sending searing pain ripping through my arms. I grit my teeth, refusing to make a sound, refusing to let him see the agony curling in my blood. But Calith sees. He always sees. And he laughs. There it is. He steps back, clasping his hands behind his back. The truth. I force my breathing to steady. I won't let him win. But the truth is a rotting wound in my gut. She ran. And maybe that's what cuts the deepest. Not the chains, not the betrayal, but her absence. You don't have to die, you know. Calith's voice is almost gentle. Almost. You could confess. Tell them you killed him. Tell them you poisoned your own father in your lust for power. I laugh. The sound is hollow, bitter. You must think I'm stupid. Calith sighs, shaking his head. No, just desperate. I bare my teeth. You want a confession? Come closer. I'll carve it into your throat. He chuckles, but there's a flicker of something else in his gaze. She won't come for you, Xyron. His voice is softer now. She's already forgotten you. The words are a dagger right between the ribs. I know what he's doing. I know. And still, it lodges deep. Some sick, twisted part of me believes it. Calith studies me, waiting for something. I don't give it to him. I school my features, let my lips curve into a smirk. You talk too much. His jaw ticks. Then he smiles. Very well. I'll let you stew in your delusions a little longer. He steps back, motioning to the guards. Tomorrow, we'll see how well you hold up in front of an audience.
Chapter 33. Hera. The underground tunnels reek of sweat, damp earth and blood. The space is overflowing, too thick, pressing against my ribs like a vice. Everything is wrong. Everything is falling apart. And I let it happen. I lean against the rough stone wall, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tightly my teeth ache. The rebellion moves around me like shadows, whispers, footsteps, low voices plotting their next move. But I barely hear them. My thoughts are trapped elsewhere. I still feel his hands on me. I taste his name on my tongue. Xyron, Warlord, King without a throne. I shove the thought away, tilting my head back, staring at the jagged ceiling. Get your crap together, Hera. I shouldn't be thinking about him. I shouldn't care. He's a dark elf, a monster. And yet, he's in chains. He's going to die. And that thought makes something inside me burn. You finally showed your face. I was beginning to think you were dead. The voice snaps me from my thoughts. I blink, turning to see Zyen standing a few feet away, arms folded. Zyen, the human war leader, one of the rebellion's strongest voices. He's watching me too closely, like he sees the war I refuse to name. Didn't know you cared, I mutter, pushing off the wall. I don't. His smirk is sharp. But I know when someone's about to do something stupid. I exhale through my nose, rolling my shoulders, forcing the tension out of my bones. What do you want, Zyen? I want to know what the hell you're thinking. He steps closer, gaze hard, knowing. I know the Warlord was captured. My fingers twitch. Don't call him that. Why? He's not a Warlord anymore? Words elude me. I don't want to say anything. Even I don't know what I'm feeling, and that makes me angry. Zyen studies me, then tilts his head. You know they're executing him, right? My stomach lurches. I don't react. I don't let him see the hit land. But it does. Damn, it does. You think I'm unaware? I bite out. Then why are you still here? My jaw tightens. Where else would I be? Zyen smirks like he already knows. In the dungeons, with him. A sharp pang of fury shoots through me. I grab Zyen by the front of his shirt, slamming him back against the rough stone wall. He grins. The bastard grins. Hit a nerve? He taunts. I want to punch him. I want to break something, hurt something, scream. Instead, I step back. Screw off, Zyen. Make me. I narrow my eyes, but he only laughs, shaking his head. You might be able to deceive yourself, Hera, but you can't lie to me. He leans in, voice dropping. You care what happens to him. I don't answer. My thoughts are already drifting back to Xyron, to the bruises on his knuckles, the blood at the corner of his mouth, the way he stood tall even when the world crumbled around him. He should not be caged. Someone like him should not be on his knees. He should not die. And I don't know what to do about it. Zyen sighs, rubbing a hand over his jaw. We could use his execution as an opportunity. My stomach turns. What? The council will be vulnerable. We let them bring him to the execution grounds. Then we strike. His grin is sharp, ruthless. We turn the Warlord's death into the beginning of our revolution. The thought makes my skin go ice cold. It means letting them take him to the edge of death. It means watching him bleed. It means gambling with something I don't think I can stomach. I exhale slowly, flexing my hands. And what if he dies before we get there? Zyen shrugs. Then we use his corpse as a martyr. I snap. Before I can think, I slam him back against the wall again, this time with a knife pressed to his throat. His breath hitches, but he doesn't flinch. You so much as breathe the words, his corpse, again, I growl, and I will gut you. Zyen chuckles. Now that's interesting. I don't move. Neither does he. The silence between us is thick, tense. But the truth is there. Hanging, undeniable. I step back, shoving the knife away. I'll get him out before then. Varian tilts his head. You sure you're not in love with him? I freeze. I don't breathe. Then slowly I look at him. Say that again, and I'll cut out your tongue. He smirks. Hit a nerve again? I don't answer. I walk away. I don't want to heart it, not yet.
Chapter 34. Xyron. They drag me through the halls of the High Council like I'm already a corpse, like I'm something beneath them. The chains bite deep into my wrists, enchanted steel thrumming with power, meant to keep monsters like me in place. But they don't know me. They never did. If they think I'll kneel, if they think I'll beg, they're delusional. The grand chamber opens before me. Vast, cavernous, towering columns carved from obsidian and bone. A stage for judgment, for spectacle, for power and ruin. The council sits high above, perched like vultures waiting for the carcass to stop twitching. At the center on the throne that should have belonged to my father is Kylith, the serpent, the traitor. His eyes glint like a predator who's already won. I bare my teeth. Not yet, you bastard! The guards force me to my knees. Pain splinters up my legs, but I don't make a sound. I don't flinch, and kneeling isn't an option. Instead, I lift my chin, meet Kylith's gaze, and smirk. You always did love theatrics. Kylith's lips curve, slow and knowing. And you always did love power, Xyron. He leans forward, resting his elbow against the armrest. Tell me, how does it feel to lose? I roll my shoulders, feeling the ache in my muscles, my restraints. But I don't break eye contact. I wouldn't know. Kylith chuckles, shaking his head like I'm a child. Still pretending. Still playing Warlord even when your empire has crumbled. He gestures lazily to the council surrounding him, a sea of smirking, soulless bastards. The evidence is clear. You murdered your father. I don't blink. Prove it. His grin widens. We don't need to. You're already guilty. The room erupts into quiet laughter, low murmurs of satisfaction. They're enjoying this. They think this is already over. Fools. Kylith gestures again and a pair of guards drag someone forward. I don't recognize him. A dark elf, one of my father's old councilmen. The man's face is pale, tight with fear. Tell them what you saw, Kylith orders. The councilman swallows hard, then speaks. I saw Lord Xyron standing over Siva's body. His hands were covered in blood. The poison, he hesitates, eyes darting toward me, was traced back to his chambers. A sharp, cold laugh spills from my lips. You're not even trying, are you? The councilman flinches. Kylith tilts his head. And why would we need to? I shake my head, tongue running over my teeth. If you're going to frame me, at least make it interesting. My smirk widens, sharp as a blade. Or are you afraid of making it look too real? The chamber hushes, tension coiling thick in the air. Kylith watches me, fingers drumming against the throne. Then, he leans back, sighing. Arrogant until the end. His eyes flick to the guards. Break him. Pain detonates through me. A fist to the ribs, another to my jaw. I barely feel it. Then a boot slams into my stomach, and I grunt, spitting blood onto the pristine floor. They keep going. I don't break. Not for them. Never for them. A hand grips my hair, forcing my head up. Kylith crouches before me, his expression unreadable. Last chance, Xyron. Screw you. His lips twitch. Wrong answer. Tomorrow you die in the arena. The words sink in. Not today. Not a quick, clean kill. They want spectacle. They want me to die in the sands where I made my name, where I built my empire of blood and steel. They want to make a statement. They want to tear me down, piece by piece, in front of my own people. The final insult. The final nail in the coffin. Caliph pats my cheek, voice mockingly soft. I wonder if she'll come to watch. My body goes still. What was her name again? He raises his chin, pretending to think. Hera, wasn't it? I don't react. I stay still. But he sees it. The flicker. The hesitation. He leans in. Ran the moment you fell. Abandon you. He raises his chin. Or maybe she never meant to stay at all. I exhale slowly. Control. Control is a dangerous thing when you don't have any left. He's wrong. She wouldn't... would she? Would she really let me rot in this cage? Would she really let them put me in the sand and slit my throat like an animal? Would she? Why am I even expecting something? Caliph smiles, watching me crack. Then he stands, brushing off his robes. Tomorrow you'll kneel. He turns away. Or you'll die screaming. The guards haul me back, dragging me through the doors, back into the darkness. Back into the abyss. I can't help wonder if he's right. I wonder if she's really gone. I wonder if I'm already dead.
Chapter 35. Hera. I don't have a sense of belongingness here. But where else can I go? Xyron is in chains, waiting to be paraded like a fallen god before they cut his throat. The gladiators I once trained, the men who fought beside me, who bled with me, will be executed alongside him. And I'm standing here, trapped between two impossible choices. Hera. The voice is deep, unfamiliar, but there's something about it. Something that hooks into my ribs, tight and sharp, as if it belongs to a memory I should have, but don't. First turn, and he's there. The orc is towering, broader than any I've ever seen. His skin is a deep shade of green, his tusks gleaming in the dim firelight. His eyes are sharp, calculating, but not cruel. He looks at me like he knows me, like he's been waiting for me. Who are you? My voice is flat, unimpressed. The orc grins. That is a question I have been asking myself for 20 years, Hera. Because you are my daughter. The words slam into me. For a moment, everything stops. The murmurs of the rebels, the distant drip of water from the ceiling, the heavy beat of my own pulse. I stare, and then I laugh. It's a sharp, cruel sound. Nice try. I shake my head. But I don't have a father. The orc, Menius apparently, doesn't flinch. You did. He steps forward slowly, like he's approaching something half wild. And I have spent years looking for you. My stomach twists. I want to believe it's a lie. But something in his eyes, something in his voice, makes my breath catch. My mother never mentioned you. Manius's face hardens, because she was taken from you before she could. His voice dips lower. There's something raw beneath the surface trying to crawl out. She was hunted, hated for what we were, for what you are. I freeze. And what is that? Menius studies me for a long moment. A daughter of two worlds. His eyes flick over me, assessing. I see it in you, Hera, the strength, the fire, the rage. He raises his head. You always wondered why you were different, didn't you? The words slam into me like a hammer. I did. I always knew I wasn't normal. I was too strong, too fast, too much. But I never had an answer. I never knew. And now, this is what I get. Why now? My voice is quieter. Menius exhales, tilting his head. Because now you need me. His gaze sharpens. Now you are in a war you cannot win alone. The words press against me, heavy and unshakable. He's right. I know it. I know it. But I don't want to. Menius isn't just offering me help, he's offering me a leash. And what do you want in return? I ask, voice cold, steady. Menius smiles, slow and knowing. You are my daughter. It is time you took your place among my people. Marry an orc chieftain, strengthen our bloodlines, secure our future. His eyes glint. Do this, and I will give you an army. The air turns to ice. For a moment I can't breathe. This is not a request. It's a cage. A beautifully forged, gold-lined cage. And I need it. The room is too small. The walls feel closer, pressing in. I shake my head, taking a step back. You're out of your mind. Menius doesn't react. Am I? His gaze flicks to the rebels surrounding us. You cannot fight this war alone. You cannot save him alone. He steps closer. You can either take my hand or watch them all die. I swallow back bile. It's a choice that isn't a choice at all. My options are dwindling. In fact, they're non-existent. I can hear the rebels murmuring now, confirming the worst news. The executions are set. They'll be killing them in the pits. Xyron and the human gladiators who were captured in the last rebellion. A public execution. A slaughter. This isn't just about Xyron anymore. This isn't just about me. This is war. And if I say no, I might as well be cutting their throats myself. I need time. Menius watches me. Then finally he nods. Choose wisely, daughter. And then he's gone, leaving me standing in the darkness, caught between blood and ruin. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 36, Xyron. The screams come first, raw, unrelenting, ripped from throats that have nothing left to give. The atmosphere in the dungeons is covered with the stench of blood, sweat, and the slow rot of men who have been left to fester in their own filth. But this time, it's not me. Not yet. It's them. The gladiators, the human slaves who thought they could defy their masters. The same ones who once stood beside Hera, who fought with her in the pits, who saw her as something more. Now they're nothing more than meat on the council's butcher table. You see them, don't you? Calith's voice slithers through the dark, smooth as silk, sharp as steel. Your little rebel trash is precious warriors. He gestures toward the stone slabs where half-dead bodies hang in their restraints, broken beyond recognition. The flickering torchlight crawls across their skin, illuminating every cut, every lash mark, every shattered bone that juts through flesh. They are not warriors anymore. They are examples. A guard steps forward, red-hot iron in hand. There's a moment of silence, a heartbeat, nothing more, before the iron is pressed against a man's chest. The sound is sickening. Flesh sizzles. Gladiator screams. And still, I don't move a muscle. cold, even now! Caliph crouches beside me, his eyes gleaming with something too pleased. Or does it bother you, watching them suffer, knowing they will die with you in the arena? I lift my head slowly, just enough to meet his gaze. Did you really drag me here just to hear them scream? My voice is hoarse, wrecked, but still sharp enough to cut. Caliph tilts his head, smirking. No, Xyron, I dragged you here to break you. He nods to one of his men. A bundle of cloth is dropped at my feet. Heavy, weighted, meaningful. I say nothing. But I feel it already. The shift, the gut-wrenching inevitability. And then the cloth is pulled away. A scroll, thick parchment, sealed with the Warlord's crest. I know the symbol. A sigil, an orc's mark. And then I see the handwriting. The breath in my lungs turns to stone. It's hers. Hera's, her name, her signature, scrawled at the bottom of a contract. I don't breathe. I don't blink. If I do, I might lose whatever's left of my sanity. Curious, isn't it? Caliph muses, pacing in front of me. She never told you, did she? He crouches down again, his smirk widening. That she is orc-born. That she belongs to something bigger than you. The words land like daggers in my ribs. She never told me. The ink on that parchment is still fresh, which means she didn't just sign away her freedom. Caliph's voice is a whisper, smooth and slow, savoring every syllable. She signed away yours, too. He taps the paper. Marrying an orc chieftain in exchange for an army. An army to take down my council, to bring war to my lands. His eyes narrow. To burn it all to the ground. A cruel pause, and she didn't even tell you. Something in me snaps. The chains groan as my muscles coil, tension building, fire in my bones. She didn't. The words die on my tongue. The answer eludes me, and the only thing staring back at me is cold, hard proof. Her name, her choice, and it wasn't me. I can see it now, Caliph hums, watching me unravel. You thought she was different, didn't you? I say nothing. I believed in her. She is just like the rest of them. He steps closer, voice lower now, meant for me alone. She let you screw her, let you touch her, let you think you could have her. A beat of silence. And now she is giving herself to another. The fury is blinding. Raw, violent, unforgiving. I grit my teeth, the taste of blood sharp on my tongue. It's a lie. It has to be. If it's not... Enjoy the pit, Warlord. Caliph steps away, leaving the scroll at my feet. You die at sundown tomorrow. A slow, wicked pause. Maybe she'll come to watch. And then he's gone. The darkness swallows me whole, and I'm left alone. With nothing but a piece of parchment and my own doubt.
Chapter 37, Hera. It's like the air itself has turned to steel. Thick. Cold. Suffocating. Everything inside me twists and burns, a roaring inferno of rage and panic clawing at my ribs. The walls of the underground hideout feel too close, like I'm trapped, like I'm running out of time, and I am. Xyron is going to die. The execution has been moved up. The words echo repeating in my skull. A dull, sickening throb pulses in my temple, but I ignore it. I focus on the bastard standing in front of me, the one who just dropped that little bomb on me. Variante. His face is calm, too smug. I want to rip that expression right off. Say that again. My voice is razor-edged, low, deadly. He raises his head, unimpressed. Tomorrow at sundown. They moved it up. Seems the council doesn't want him lingering in the cells any longer than necessary. Something inside me snaps. The chair behind me crashes to the ground as I move, fast, too fast. Before I can think, I slam Varian against the wall, forearm crushing into his throat. His smirk vanishes. Good. And when were you planning on telling me? He doesn't answer. The bastard just grins again, lips curling like this is funny, like my blood isn't on fire. What do you care, Hera? He exhales a short laugh. You still have a choice. You still have your precious deal with the orcs, don't you? That makes me press harder. He grunts, fingers twitching against my arm. I care, I growl. If he dies, we all lose. Varian's golden brown eyes narrow. Funny. He chokes out a breath. Sounds personal. It is, but I can't say that. There's no way I can admit it. Admitting that Xyron isn't just another pawn, just another warlord who needs saving, that would be dangerous, and I can't afford weakness. Not now. I release him suddenly, violently, shoving away before I do something worse. Varian coughs, rubbing his throat, still smirking. If you want to do something about it, you better act fast. He straightens, rolling his shoulders like I didn't just nearly crush his windpipe. They're parading him through the streets before the execution. They want a show. The breath punches from my lungs. A show? Varian nods. A spectacle. He'll be in chains, magic suppressed, beaten for all to see before they put a blade to his throat in the arena. The visual makes me sick. Xyron, a monster caged. A warrior stripped bare before those who used to bow before him. He won't be able to fight back. And that is unacceptable. I need allies, I murmur, more to myself than to him. Varian scoffs. What makes you think you have any left? I don't hesitate. Not everyone in the capital is loyal to the council. He opens his mouth to argue, but then the door opens. A shadow moves inside. A figure, hooded, dressed in armour that is too polished, too familiar. And then, the hood is pulled back. There's no way I can forget the face in front of me. You're Xyron's man. The dark elf soldier watches me, expression unreadable. I was, but my warlord is no traitor, and neither are those who still serve him. He steps closer, his gaze cold but calculating. There are some of us who would die before we watch the House of Herox fall to cowards like Calith. Another pause. The only question is, are you willing to do what it takes to get him out? The words hit like a storm. Varian makes a noise of protest. You're actually considering this? He scoffs, looking between me and the dark elf. A handful of loyalists won't be enough. You'd be throwing yourself into... I don't care. Screw it all. The words rip out of me before I even process it. This is it. The time I make my choice. We need a plan, I say, my voice sharper than steel. Then we don't have much time. The soldier meets my gaze. Tomorrow we strike.
Chapter 38. Xyron. The dungeon is silent. Not the kind of silence that means peace. No, this is something worse. This is the silence of the hunted, of the soon-to-be-dead. The walls around me are damp, suffocating, carved from stone that has seen the slow decay of 1,000 men before me. Tomorrow, I join them. Tomorrow, I die. I breathe in, slow, steady, preparing. I will not beg, I will not kneel. They can strip me of my title, of my strength, of my throne, but they will not strip me of who I am, and yet, I still think of her. I hate that she is my last thought. I hate that I can still feel her hands on me, the way she broke apart beneath me, the way she clawed at my skin like she was afraid to lose me. I hate that I still want her, even when I think she has already made her choice. Even when I think she has already left me behind. A shadow moves in the dark. My muscles tense. Footsteps soft against the stone, too careful to belong to a guard. A whisper of fabric, the subtle shift of movement. And then I catch the scent. Wild, smoky. Hers. My pulse slams against my ribs. And then she's there. Hera, you're real. I murmur. For a moment, I think I might be hallucinating. I've imagined her so many times in this cell, pictured her in 100 different ways. A traitor, a ghost, a curse that will never leave me. But now she is none of those things. Now she is real. Here, mine. You think I'd let you die alone? Her voice is low, ragged. I can barely see her face in the dim light, but her eyes, those eyes, are locked on mine like I'm the only thing left in this God-forsaken world. I breathe in. You came back. She exhales sharply, something between a curse and a confession. I never left. And then she moves. Her hands are on my face, gripping me like she's afraid I'll vanish. I barely have time to think, to understand, before her lips are on mine. There's nothing soft about it, nothing careful, nothing held back. It is war. It is desperation. It is a goddamn battlefield of need and fury and regret and longing. Her fingers tangle in my hair, yanking, pulling, forcing me closer, even though we are already as close as we can be. My chains rattle between us, a cruel reminder of my reality. But I stop caring. Not when she's here. Not when she's burning for me the way I burn for her. I flip her, slam her against the wall, press my body into hers until she gasps. I thought you betrayed me. The words are a growl, guttural, ripped from the darkest parts of me. Her breath shudders. Her fingers tighten, nails biting deep into my back, through the torn remnants of my shirt. I thought I'd never see you again. And damn, that does something to me. If she is lying, she's doing it with every inch of her body pressed against mine. And if she is telling the truth, I might break. You should hate me. Her voice is a whisper, her lips against my jaw, my throat. I do. I bite back, but my hands say otherwise, my fingers tightening around her waist, dragging her closer. Then why are you shaking? I don't know. What I know is this might be the end of us, and if I die tomorrow, I am taking this. I'm taking her. One last time. The tension snaps. Everything turns violent, raw, unbearable. She moves against me like she's trying to carve herself into my bones, like she wants me to feel her long after I'm gone. Her hands are everywhere, tangling in my hair, clawing at my chest, gripping my chains like they're the only thing tethering us to this land. I need her like I need air, like I need the fight, like I need the war that's always raging inside me. Her lips crash into mine, and it's not a kiss. It's a collision. Teeth clash, tongues war, and the taste of her is fire and salt, and something darker, something that feels like forever for as long as this lasts. Her nails tighten its hold on my shoulders, drawing blood, and I growl, low and feral, into her mouth. She pulls back just enough to tear at my tunic, her hands rough, desperate, as if she's afraid I'll disappear before she can get to me. The fabric rips, and her palms flatten against my chest, her touch searing even through the grime and sweat of the dungeon. Xyron, she breathes, my name a curse, a prayer, a plea. A rock lodges in my throat, preventing me from speaking. I can't speak. Instead, I spin her, pinning her against the almost freezing stone wall, my body pressing into hers until there's no space left between us. Her breath hitches, and I feel the rapid flutter of her pulse beneath my lips as I trail them down her collarbone, biting, sucking, marking her as mine. Her hands fist in my hair, yanking my head back, forcing me to look at her. Her eyes are wild, burning with a hunger that mirrors my own. You didn't betray me, I growl, my voice deep, guttural, as my hands slide down her sides, gripping her hips hard enough to bruise. She doesn't answer with words. Instead, she shoves me back, her hands shoving at my chest until I'm the one against the wall. Her eyes never leave mine as she drops to her knees, her fingers working at the fastenings of my pants with a precision that makes my blood roar in my ears. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
If keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She collapses against me, her forehead pressed to my chest, her breath warm against my skin. Time blurs. I don't know how long we stay like this, tangled, burning, consuming. But I know this. She didn't betray me. She wouldn't. This is not the touch of a woman who has given up on me. This is not the mouth of someone who has chosen another. This is mine. And if I die tomorrow, I will die knowing that. I will die knowing she is still mine, even if it destroys me.
Chapter 39. Hera. The taste of him is still on my lips. The heat of his body lingers on my skin, a brand I don't have time to think about. But damn, I feel it. My heart pounds in my chest as I move through the tunnels, my steps swift, silent. I can still smell him on me. It makes something dark coil in my stomach, something sharp and possessive, something that doesn't belong here, not now, not when he's still in chains. I need to move. I need to focus. By sundown, they will put a blade to his throat, and I will burn this world down before I let that happen. The tunnels are quieter than they should be. My breath is too loud in my ears. The flickering torches cast shadows against the walls, twisting, shifting, like the darkness itself is watching, like it knows what's about to happen, like it's waiting for the slaughter. I slide through the narrow opening leading to the upper levels, stepping into the bowels of the territory like a ghost. The above are already buzzing with tension. I can hear it in the murmurs of the crowds. I can feel it in the way the territory breathes. Shallow, uneven, waiting. They are preparing for a show, for a spectacle, for the Warlord's final moment. They don't know it's going to be their reckoning. Hera! The whisper barely reaches me before I spin, blade half drawn, breath tight. The hooded figure doesn't flinch, stepping out from the shadows. The soldier. We're ready. His voice is low, urgent. I exhale, pushing past the storm in my chest. How many? A handful. His lips curl in a grim smirk. But the right handful. Good. It's not enough, not nearly enough. But I don't have the luxury of waiting. The territory is expecting blood. I keep my voice firm. We give them something else. His eyes flicker. And if we fail? Then we go out the way Xyron would. A sharp grin, swinging. The plan is simple, brutal, reckless, unforgiving, a perfectly orchestrated symphony of chaos. While the city's eyes are on the arena, my people move in the shadows. The gates will be compromised, the guards strategically taken out one by one. By the time they realise what's happening, it'll be too late, and Xyron, he will be free. I pull the hood of my cloak tighter, swallowing down the wildfire in my chest. We do this clean, fast, no hesitation. The dark elf nods. If Xyron dies, there will be nothing left of me to save. If I lose him now, I won't stop until this entire place drowns in its own blood. The crowd is already gathering. I slip through them, a phantom moving through the murmurs of anticipation, through the sick excitement humming through the air. I can hear the bets being placed, the twisted glee in their voices. How long do you think he'll last? The Warlord of Herox? He won't kneel. They'll make it slow. A shame, really. That face shouldn't go to waste. I want to cut out their tongues. I want to make them choke on their own words. But not yet. Not yet. Because soon, the executioners will learn fear. Soon, the council will see what happens when they try to kill a god before his time. Soon this city will belong to the flames. and by the end of this night, they will all remember the name Hera. They will all remember the Warlord I set free, and they will all kneel before him.
Chapter 40. Xyron. The chains bite into my wrists, tight, unyielding, heavy as a tombstone. I don't let it show. I don't flinch, even when the guards yank me forward, dragging me out of the darkness of my cell, hauling me into the light like a prize beast meant for slaughter. The city awaits, and I know exactly what they want to see. I can hear them before I see them, and the crowd is already gathered. Their voices a low, ugly murmur, swelling with sick anticipation. The execution of a warlord is not just death. It's a festival, a moment of power, of submission, a god brought low, a legend torn to pieces for the amusement of those who once feared him. The first guard shoves me forward. The second slams an armored fist into my ribs. Pain bursts through me like fire, sharp, deep. But I do not fall. I will not kneel. Not for them, not ever. The territory is a wall of bodies pressing in, waiting. Sunlight beats down, hot and relentless, burning against my skin like a punishment from the gods. I keep my head high. I meet their gazes one by one, and I see it. The hunger, the cruelty, the thrill of watching a man die. But beneath it, buried deep in the ones who do not cheer, fear, because even now they know I'm not broken. Even now they know what I am. A warlord, a monster, something they should have killed the moment they got the chance. Where's your crown now, warlord? The first stone hits my shoulder. The second clips my jaw, splitting the skin, sending a slow, warm trickle of blood down my neck. The people laugh. The guards drag me forward. I bare my teeth. This is nothing. This is the prelude to their own destruction. My body burns with exhaustion, with pain, with what's coming. But my mind, it's somewhere else. Somewhere darker, somewhere hotter. Somewhere that smells like wildfire and sweat. Like skin and sin, like her. Hera, her touch is still on me. Still carved into my flesh. Soaked into my bones. Burned into every part of me that refuses to forget. The way she took me like she was drowning. Like she needed me as much as I needed her. The way her fingers dug into my back. Her body arching. Her gasps turning to desperate prayers in the dark. The way she whispered, "I never left." Which means she's coming. The steps leading up to the execution platform in the center of the arena are slick with blood from the last poor bastard who stood here. The ore of iron and death thickens the air. A block of black stone waits in the center, stained with the ghosts of 100 dead men. The executioner stands beside it, blade already gleaming in the sun, hungry for the next kill. For me. Caliph is already waiting at the top of the platform, watching. His expression that same smug amusement. Such a waste. He sighs, shaking his head as I'm forced to my knees before him. You could have been something greater, Xyron. You could have been a god. I spit blood at his feet. I already am. The crowd roars. The guards grab my shoulders, forcing me down, pressing my face to the stone, baring my neck to the blade. The executioner raises his sword. Caliph steps forward, speaking loudly, addressing the people like a king. Let this be a lesson to those who think themselves above the laws of our people. A slow smirk. Let this be the final breath of the Herox line. The blade swings down, and then chaos. A single arrow rips through the air. It pierces the executioner's throat before the blade can land. A gurgled choke, a spray of blood. A moment of pure, perfect silence. The place erupts. The first explosion rocks the ground beneath me. The second sends the guards into a frenzy. Screams, flames, the stench of burning flesh, of war, of revenge. And through it all, her, Hera, a shadow in the chaos, a weapon in the flesh, moving like a storm ripping through the execution platform. Her eyes lock onto mine. And I swear to the gods, I've never seen anything more beautiful. The Warlord is not dead. The Warlord is rising, and this place will burn.
Chapter 41. Hera. The world erupts. The first arrow pierces flesh. The first explosion shatters stone. The first scream splits the air. And just like that, we are at war. I don't think. I move, because Xyron is still on his knees, his neck still bared to the blade. The executioner is falling, blood pouring from his throat. I can feel the moment breaking, splintering. Either we take it, or we die here. Get him up. My voice is a snarl, raw with battle fury, as I cut through the chaos, charging towards Xyron. Guards swarm the platform, blades gleam in the torchlight slashing toward us. But I am faster. I twist. My dagger finds soft flesh. My sword follows through with a spray of crimson. A body falls. Another takes its place. And then Xyron is moving. He doesn't need saving. Even without magic, even weakened, even bloodied, he is still a warlord. He shoves a guard aside, grabs another by the throat, yanks the man's own dagger from its sheath and buries it in his chest. You're late, Xyron growls, eyes flashing at me as he rips a sword from a dead man's hands. I'm right on time. I throw him another weapon, and he catches it without looking. The execution platform is drenched in bodies within minutes. The rebellion has arrived in full force. Varian soldiers pour in from the northern ridge, dark elf loyalists mixed in with human gladiators, all descending upon the execution square like a goddamn storm. They strike hard, brutal, weapons flashing, feet crushing through the dirt and blood. I see Dargan's axe gleaming through the mess, cutting a soldier down at the knees. I see Sella slip through the chaos, a dagger slicing a throat clean. For a moment, just a moment, victory seems within reach. And then I realise we're wrong. We didn't surprise them. We walked right into a trap. The first explosion hits from the east, blasting a chunk of the battlefield apart. Flames devour the front line of rebels. Screams rise, deafening, agonised, bodies hitting the ground as fire licks at their skin. Smoke billows into the air, thick, suffocating, cutting off our sight. The council was waiting for us. Calith was waiting. Fall back! Varian's voice roars through the battlefield, but it's already too late. The council's forces come pouring in from the side, cutting off our retreat. Dark elf warriors in elite armour, their faces unreadable beneath their helmets, their formation precise, merciless. A second wave of soldiers presses in from the west, then a third. We are surrounded. The execution square, once our battleground, has become our tomb. Calith played us. We came ready for war, but he came ready to wipe us out. A snarl curls my lips. We keep fighting! I hiss through my teeth, already spinning, already blocking another incoming strike. My sword meets steel, a clash of sparks, a brutal dance of survival. Xyron is at my side, his blade slashing through the next attacker, his movements precise, controlled, but I can see the fury in him. He knows what I know. This was never meant to be a battle. This was meant to be a slaughter. Hera! I turn just in time to see Varian, his face slick with blood, his blade barely blocking the strike of a dark elf captain pressing in. We have to regroup, he shouts, voice hoarse. We have to get out of here. I want to deny it. I want to fight. I want to kill every last one of these bastards for thinking they can trap us like dogs. But I'm not stupid. Varian is right. If we stay here, we die. Form a path to the tunnels, I order, my voice sharp as steel. A plan is already forming in my mind, fast, reckless, but the only chance we have. We need to get out. We need to get underground. And we need to live long enough to make these bastards pay. The fight doesn't stop. Blades clash, bodies fall, blood spills. the sounds of war roaring louder than anything I've ever known. The rebellion fights like hell, carving a brutal, desperate path toward the underground tunnels buried beneath Herox's land. But as I glance back, my chest seizes. The battlefield is littered with corpses. Our corpses. I'm afraid we're not getting out of here.
Chapter 42. Xyron. Everything is fire. Everything is blood. Everything is falling apart. I move like a beast unleashed, hacking, slashing, tearing through the sea of bodies that try to cut me down before I can reach her. Hera is somewhere in the chaos, somewhere beyond the crush of warriors, somewhere still fighting, still breathing, still alive. She has to be. If she isn't, I will burn this entire goddamn clan territory to the ground. Pain shreds through my ribs as a blade finds its way past my guard. I barely register it. A deep gash, more blood soaking into my already drenched tunic. But I don't stop. I can't. I see Dagan and Sella holding the line near the collapsed barricades, surrounded, fighting like hell, but... Damn, there are too many. Too many bodies, too many weapons. We are drowning in this battle, and Caliph knew we would. Warlord, behind you! Varian's voice, too late. I spin, but not fast enough. The hilt of a sword slams into my gut, stealing my breath, driving me to one knee. A boot collides with my ribs next, hard, brutal. Then another, and another. I taste iron. I see the sky spinning above me. My limbs feel heavier, my body too slow, too weak, too drained. I fought through worse. But not like this. Not with my power still suppressed by whatever sorcery Caliph used against me. Not with my body barely holding together from days in chains and dungeons. I am Xyron, Warlord of Herox. I'm not supposed to fall like this, but right now on this battlefield I am not enough. The enemy moves in. I see the blade before I feel it. The executioner's sword. Long, curved, glistening in the torchlight. A weapon meant to sever a warlord's head from his shoulders. And I am kneeling, defenseless, bleeding. I see the swing begin. I brace, but instead, a blast of energy rips through the battlefield. Not fire, not steel. Something else. Something ancient, raw, monstrous in its intensity. Something that makes the very earth tremble beneath us. Something that turns the air thick with power, with fury. Something unnatural and unstoppable. And then I hear her. No! My breath catches. It's not just a scream. It's a war cry. A declaration, a command from the gods themselves. Hera stands at the heart of the carnage, her body a living storm, her eyes burning like molten gold. The air around her crackles with something that shouldn't exist. Something no orc, no human, no dark elf should wield. Magic surges from her skin, raw, untamed, enough to make even the most battle-hardened soldiers hesitate. I see Caliph's men falter, stepping back. I see fear in their eyes, because Hera is no longer just a fighter. She is something else. Something terrifying. Something unstoppable. She raises her hands, and the battlefield bends to her will. The earth cracks apart, deep fissures splitting the ground beneath us. Wind whips around her, swirling like a goddamn hurricane. Blades of golden energy manifest in the air, spiraling outward, and then they fly. Striking, piercing, cutting through the enemy ranks like divine retribution. Calith's warriors scream, some fall, some run. The tide of battle shifts. But it is not enough. There are still too many. Even with Hera burning through them like a god of war, even with magic on our side. We are still outnumbered. We have to leave. Varian is beside me now, hauling me up, shoving a weapon into my hands. We can't hold this ground. I know he's right. I know staying here means death. But my gaze is locked on her. On Hera, still fighting, still bleeding, still refusing to run. And I see it in her eyes. She's ready to die for this. Hera! I shout, pushing through the chaos. She doesn't hear me. She is too far gone, lost in the storm of her own power. She's letting it consume her. Because she thinks she has nothing left. Because she thinks she is already lost. I grab her before she can charge back into the massacre. Her body is scorching hot against mine, magic still rippling off her skin like wildfire. We go. Now. I snarl into her ear. No, she fights me, voice hoarse, shaking. Doggin, Selam. They're gone. My grip tightens, dragging her back from the edge. We are not dying here. She collapses against me. The fight leaves her just for a moment. A shuddering breath. A whisper against my chest. I love you! The words tear through me, not soft, not romantic, raw, destroyed. Like she hates herself for saying it, but she knows it's the truth. And damn! I feel my own walls crack. I love her too, and I will not watch her die. We leave now! My voice roars across the battlefield. Our warriors hear me. They start falling back, retreating toward the tunnels. The last of our strength is spent getting there, fighting through the final line of enemies, pushing, bleeding, surviving. We make it. Barely. And as we disappear into the underground, as the flames of Herox burn above us, I know this is not the end. This is just the beginning.
Chapter 43. Hera. The tunnels are too quiet. The battle above still rages. I can hear the distant echoes of war, the screams of the dying, the roar of flames consuming what's left of Herox. But down here, in the cold dark beneath the ruins of a broken clan, there is nothing. Just the shuffle of exhausted feet, the ragged sound of breathing, the soft, choked sobs of men who just lost everything, and me, sitting in the dirt with blood-stiffened clothes, a hollow chest, and hands that won't stop shaking. Sela and Dagon are gone. I keep saying it in my head, but it doesn't feel real. Like if I think about it enough, maybe it won't be true. Maybe I'll crawl out of this hole and they'll be waiting for me, grinning, calling me a stubborn brat like they always do. But they're not, and they never will be again. I failed them. I wasn't strong enough, because for all the power that coursed through my veins, for all the magic I unleashed, for all the devastation I left in my wake, I still couldn't save them. Hera. The voice cuts through the fog. I don't look up. He's been watching me from across the chamber for the last hour. He's given me space, time, but I don't deserve it. I don't deserve any kindness. We need to talk. No, we don't. I barely recognize my own voice. Hoarse. Flat. Dead. My hands clench into fists against my thighs, fingernails digging into skin, pain the only thing anchoring me right now. Xyron doesn't move. He stands just far enough away that I can pretend he's not waiting for me to crack. But I can feel him, his heat, his presence, the intensity of his gaze. Like he's trying to hold me together through sheer force of will. Like he knows what I'm thinking. Like he knows I'm drowning. Stop acting like you're the only one suffering. Something inside me snaps. The grief, the exhaustion, the guilt, the rage, it all collides at once. I push to my feet so fast my vision swims. I was supposed to protect them, Xyron. My breath heaves, fists still clenched. I was supposed to get them out. I was supposed to... The words choke, catch, die in my throat. The truth is, I don't know what I was supposed to do anymore. Nothing I did was enough. I thought I was a leader, a warrior, a goddamn warlord. But all I am is a girl standing in the dark, covered in the blood of the people who trusted her. You think I don't feel the same? Xyron steps forward, voice low, dark, edged with something sharp. You think I don't blame myself? I couldn't even grieve my father. His gaze is unrelenting, fierce, furious. I should have seen Calith's trap. I should have known. I should have... He cuts himself off, jaw tight, hands shaking. We don't talk, the tension enough to speak for us. What do you even say in this kind of situation? It doesn't matter. We can list our failures over and over, carve them into our bones. But it won't bring them back. It won't undo the dead. I don't know what to do, Xyron. The confession is quiet, small, pathetic. I don't even realise I've said it until I feel him move, until I feel the warmth of his palm curling around the back of my neck, grounding me, steadying me. We survive, he says simply. We find a way. We always do. I squeeze my eyes shut. A deep inhale, a slow, shaking exhale. His fingers tighten just slightly, just enough to remind me that I'm not alone. And damn, I hate how much I need that right now. But then, the whisper of voices, the soft, exhausted murmurs of the men who followed us down here. The last remnants of our army, the last threads of the rebellion. They're waiting, for me, for us, for a sign that this fight isn't over, for a reason to keep going. My grief doesn't matter, my guilt doesn't matter. Not right now. They still need me. If I break, they all break with me. And that is not an option. I straighten, push past the raw ache in my ribs, the weight pressing down on my chest. I turn away from Xyron's touch, even though part of me wants to stay there forever. We need a plan. I say it loud enough for the others to hear, loud enough to force myself to believe it. I lift my chin, I lock my shoulders. I am Hera. I am a goddamn gladiator, and I am not done yet.
Chapter 44. Xyron. The moment he steps into the tunnels, I know I'm going to kill him. The scent of sweat, iron, and old war clings to his skin. His movements too casual for a man walking into a den of enemies. Menius. Orc-blooded, broad-shouldered, his eyes sharp as a blade pressed against a throat. He looks at us like he's already won, like we are the ones kneeling. And the sick part? He's right. Hera is stone beside me, silent, still. But I can see it in the way her fingers twitch at her sides, the way she won't meet my gaze. She knows. Knows this moment was coming, knows what he's about to say, knows that no matter how much I hate it, we are out of options. You look like crap, Warlord. Menius's voice drips with amusement, like this is a joke, like we aren't standing in the rotting guts of our rebellion, bleeding and broken. My blade is in my hand before I realize I've drawn it, but Hera's voice cuts through the atmosphere first. Don't. Just one word. Flat, cold, like steel against my spine. I don't lower my weapon. I don't breathe. I've never hated someone more than I hate him in this moment. You came here for a reason, Menius. Hera's voice is calm, controlled. It pisses me off. I know her. I know she wants to drive her fist into his face. I know she wants to tear him apart, limb by limb, for daring to stand before us after everything. But instead, she's listening, she's letting him speak. And that makes me sick. You're outnumbered, girl, Menius says smoothly, arms crossed over his chest. Your rebellion is nothing but scraps. Your people, wiped out. Your territory, gone. Your warlord. His eyes flick to me, mocking, taunting. Hanging on by a thread. A snarl rips from my throat. But Hera's hand grips my wrist. Tight. Warning. I hate it. I hate that she has to stop me. I hate that I let her. Get to the point. Her voice is ice. Menius actually looks serious. He turns his head, watching her. Calculating. Weighing. Then... I have an army! The words hit like a hammer to the chest. The room goes still. The murmurs from our soldiers, what little we have left, die in the air. An army. A real one. Not starving gladiators, not desperate runaways. Not men who are only fighting as there is nothing left to do but die swinging. A real army. And he is offering it. To her. To us. To this war. What's the price? Hera doesn't hesitate. She knows. We all know. Manius's smile is slow, sharp, designed to cut. The same. You marry an orc chieftain. You bind yourself to his clan, and in return, he will lead our forces against Caliph and his council. A silence thick enough to suffocate fills the tunnels. I hear the flicker of torches, the distant, faint echo of war still burning above us. But all I can see is her, Hera, standing before a man who claims to be her blood. A man who would sell her like cattle in exchange for war. No. I don't think. I just say it. Sharp. Final. But Hera... She doesn't answer. She doesn't answer. And that's when I realize... she's considering it. Rage slams through me, white-hot and all-consuming. You're not seriously thinking about this? I step toward her. She doesn't move. She doesn't even look at me. Hera! She flinches, just barely. But enough! Enough for me to see it. The doubt, the guilt, the goddamn weight of everything pressing down on her. And it makes me furious. You want to win this war? Manius spreads his arms wide like a generous king. Then take the deal. You want to survive? You want your people to survive? You want your lover over here to live long enough to be useful again? He grins. Then do what needs to be done. I see it. The moment she cracks. The moment she starts to fold. And I can't stand it. If you do this, I growl, dangerously low, stepping in front of her now, blocking her from his view. I will burn that clan to the ground before I let them take you! A flicker of something dark passes through Manius's expression. Amusement. Challenge. Like he's waiting to see who she'll choose. But I already know. I know Hera. I know this woman. I love her. And she loves me. And she won't do this. She won't do this. She meets my eyes, and something in her shatters. I need time. Her voice is barely a whisper. Manius tilts his head, smirking. You have one day, little warlord. He turns, walking away, walking back into the dark. But I don't watch him go. All I can see is her. My Hera. Falling apart. And I don't know how to hold her together. Chapter 45. Xyron. I have one night to stop her from ruining everything. One night before Hera makes the worst decision of her life. One night before she binds herself to a clan that is already sharpening the chains for her throat. And I don't have a plan. Yet. The tunnels behind me are silent, heavy with the weight of soldiers who no longer believe in the war we started. Hera is locked in her own mind, stewing in grief, in duty, in the weight of all we've lost. She won't listen to me. Not without proof. Not without something that makes this undeniable. So I'm going to find it, even if I have to dig through the wreckage of my father's corpse to do it. The entrance to what's left of Herox's stronghold is unguarded. Not it's safe. There's nothing left to protect. Smoke still curls from the ruin, flames licking at broken stone. The scent of charred flesh lingers in the air. This was my father's legacy, his empire. And Caliph tore it apart like it was nothing. I wasn't there. I was rotting in chains and unable to protect what's left of my father's legacy. I wasn't enough. I pushed the thought aside before it eats me alive. I don't have time for ghosts. Grief is a luxury I don't have. I have one goddamn night, and I will not let Hera walk into that marriage blind. The shadows welcome me. My steps are silent, my body moving through the rubble with practiced ease. What's left of my father's study is half buried under the collapsed eastern wing of the stronghold. I find it by instinct, by the scent of old parchment and the memory of a place I spent my childhood watching my father carve the future into ink and blood. The door is barely hanging on its hinges. The room is wrecked. Papers scattered, furniture overturned, broken glass catching the flickering glow of the dying torches. But the cabinet at the back, still standing, still locked. And I know my father better than anyone. If there was ever a truth worth hiding, it's in there. I break the lock with a single twist of my blade. Parchment spills onto the floor. Old maps, trade agreements, half-written letters of war. But I'm not looking for those. I'm looking for what they tried to erase, what they burned the city to hide, and then I see it. A sealed letter, a small, dark vial, and the symbol etched into the wax makes my blood run cold. An Orc clan seal. The paper is worn, edges burned, but I pry it open with shaking hands. The words inside are quick, sharp, and straight to the point. A message from the council. A message from Calith. A message confirming what I already knew, and what Hera refuses to see. The deal is secured. The poison has been provided. Your warlord will not survive the month. When his son falls, you will rule the ashes. The chieftains agree to uphold their end of the agreement. Your victory is assured. I can't breathe. This was never just about war. Calith didn't just kill my father. The Orc warlords helped him do it. And now they want Hera as a prize. Bastards! I growl. My hands are shaking, my nails digging into my palms as I stare down at the betrayal in my hands. This is the proof. This is what I need to stop her. But damn! This means something worse. This means Menius knew. He's known this whole time. He didn't come to save Hera. He came to deliver her to them. He came to tie a bow around her throat and hand her over to the same people who slaughtered her mother. The same people who poisoned my father. I take a slow, shuddering breath. I shove the letter into my coat. Then I pick up the vial. Dark liquid, thick, almost black under the dim torchlight. Poison. Orc made. A death sentence in a glass bottle. A goddamn signature of betrayal. I turn toward the door, toward the burning territory, toward the tunnels where she waits, still believing she has a choice. She doesn't. Not anymore. I'm going to show her what she's really agreeing to. I'm going to make her see. I will not let them take her because she is mine. And if they want her, they're going to have to bleed for it.
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 46. Hera. The air is suffocating. The walls press too close. The flickering torchlight makes the shadows seem longer, stretching over me like claws. I can't think. Not when my decision is set. Not when every second that passes drives the final nail into the coffin of what little freedom I have left. I tell myself it's the right thing. That it has to be. That I have no other choice. Then the door slams open. And I already know. I already know who it is. I already know what this is going to be. Are you insane? Xyron's voice sliced the tension-filled room like steel meeting steel. Raw, unrelenting. His boots crack against the stone, his presence swallowing the space between us in a single breath. I don't move. I don't flinch. I just exhale, steady and slow. I don't want to fight. Not him. Not now. You want to do this? Something thuds against the table between us. A letter, A small dark vial. My brows knit together. What is this? Your wake-up call. The words are a low growl, guttural, a beast caged behind his ribs, tearing at the bars. I frown, reaching for the parchment first. The wax seal is broken, but the imprint is still clear. My stomach turns. Orc clan markings. I don't want to open it, but I do. The deal is secured. The poison has been provided. Your warlord will not survive the month. When his son falls, you will rule the ashes. The chieftains agree to uphold their end of the agreement. Your victory is assured. I feel like I'm drowning, like I've been thrown into deep waters, my lungs filling with salt, my limbs heavy. No. A whisper, a breath, a denial that means nothing. The words on this page aren't a lie. This is real. They played me. They killed my father, Hera. His voice hits me like a hammer to the chest. And they want you next. I stagger back. The paper falls from my grip. The torchlight flickers, casting the evidence in a golden glow. Mocking me. I was blind. I wanted to believe. I wanted to have something to fight for. Now dash. Now I have nothing. You don't understand. The words are hoarse, forced past my throat. I don't know who I'm trying to convince. Him? Or myself? Xyron laughs, sharp and bitter. No, I understand perfectly. He steps closer, too close. I understand that you're about to walk into their hands, gift-wrapped and bound, because you still think there's a way out of this that doesn't end in blood. What else am I supposed to do? I don't mean to yell. But it happens anyway. I don't have the answers. I can't win, because everything I do is wrong. Do you want me to sit here, do nothing, let our people die, let this rebellion burn? I want you to stop trying to destroy yourself. His voice booms, shakes the walls, shakes my bones. I want you to stop acting like the only way to win is to sacrifice yourself. I shove him. He doesn't move. I shove him again. Nothing. Frustration rises in my throat like bile. Why do you care? His eyes burn. He doesn't speak, doesn't answer. Then he moves. His hands find my face, rough, steady, unyielding. His mouth is on mine. It's not gentle. It's not soft. It's not careful. It's desperate. It's a war of its own. His fingers are in my hair, gripping, holding, pulling me closer. My hands clutch at his coat, my breath stolen, my mind blank. This is real. This is the only real thing I have left. He is the only real thing I have left. I kiss him back. I pour everything into it. The anger, the grief, the exhaustion that I can't carry anymore. He takes it all, consumes it, devours it, and then he softens, his lips slow, his hands steady. His mouth lingers, tracing over mine like an apology, like a promise. His forehead rests against mine. I break. I don't mean to. I don't want to. But I do. I can't hold it in anymore, because for all my strength, for all my fire, for all my will, I am tired. So tired. I feel my body give out. I feel his arms catch me. I feel my chest rise and fall in sharp, uneven breaths, the weight in my ribs too heavy to hold. And I let go. Just for a second. Just long enough for him to hold me up. Just long enough to remember I don't have to fight alone. We're going to burn them for this. His voice is low, dangerous, deadly. And I don't doubt it. Not for a second. This war isn't over. I am not done. He will burn for me, and I will let him.
Chapter 47. Xyron. Every instinct in me is on edge. I don't trust these walls. I don't trust these shadows. I don't trust anything anymore. Hera is asleep after pouring out all her emotions. Maybe this is the only peace she'll ever get from now on. Her body had finally given out after our confrontation, after the fire between us had burned too bright and left nothing but cinders. I let her rest. She needs it, because tomorrow everything changes. Because tomorrow we either survive or we die. Suddenly there's a sound, a whisper, a breath of movement. I am not alone. My blade is in my hand before my brain catches up to the situation. I turn, quick, sharp, ready to rip the spine out of whoever thinks they can sneak up on me. And then a figure steps from the shadows, calm, unrushed, like he belongs here, like he was waiting for me to notice him, like he wants to be seen. Zyen, a voice I haven't heard in days, a voice I haven't trusted in years, a voice that shouldn't be here. Valis, I move before he can breathe another word, fast, deadly. My dagger presses against his throat before he has a chance to react. Give me one reason not to open you up right now. He doesn't flinch, doesn't wince, doesn't show an ounce of fear. His lips curl in something too calm. I'm the only one who can save you from the mess you're in. I press the blade harder. You're the one who put me in this mess. A low chuckle. Am I? Valis's voice is smooth. Always too smooth, like a dagger wrapped in silk. Or have you just been too blind to see what's really happening? You sided with Calith. Did I? The question twists something in my gut. No hesitation, no denial, but no confession either. You betrayed my father. Finally he reacts. His jaw tightens, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Your father was betrayed long before the poison ever touched his lips. Something in my chest tightens. I don't loosen my grip. I don't let the blade waver, but I hesitate. And Valis sees it. His smirk fades. His voice lowers. I was never Calith's. Bullcrap. I was always Siva's. This was unexpected. Unbelievable. Valis has been against me at every turn. Every time I tried to move up in power, he was there to cut me down. Every time I thought I had an advantage, he was the one who threw me into the dirt. And now he's saying he was never against me, that he was never against my father, that he was waiting for this. You expect me to believe that? I don't expect anything from you. His voice is steady, firm, unshaken. But your father did. He reaches into his coat, slowly, deliberately. I keep the blade pressed to his throat, waiting, watching. And then he pulls out a folded parchment, a wax seal, a symbol I know like the back of my own hand. Siva's personal insignia. I take it before I can think. I break the seal. I unfold the paper. My son, if you are reading this, then I am dead. If I am dead, then I have failed you. But I have not left you without a path. I can't breathe. The words are clear, sharp, written in my father's hand. Valis stands there, silent, waiting for me to see the truth. And I do. Calith will think he has won. The orcs will think they have control. But they have forgotten that power is not taken. It is earned, and theirs is about to be ripped from their hands. The alliance between Calith and the orcs is built on fragile ground. One push, and it will collapse. I'll leave you the proof. Valis knows what to do. I'll leave you the truth. It will break them apart. And I leave you with one command. Burn them for what they have done. My hands shake. I clutch the letter so tight the parchment crumbles at the edges. The proof, the weakness, the one move that could turn the tide. And my father knew. He always knew. Xyron. Valis's voice breaks through the haze. Are you ready to finish what your father started?
Chapter 48. Hera. The night is covered with the scent of sweat, steel, and treachery. I move like a shadow through the underbelly of the orc war camp, my breath steady, my muscles coiled tight. The tunnels spit me out into the edges of their encampment, but I don't hesitate. No second thoughts, no fear, no regrets, only the mission, only the destruction I'm about to unleash. Xyron thinks he's the strategist, thinks he's the mind behind the war. But this is what I was made for. Infiltration, misdirection, chaos, the fire before the wildfire. The orcs are restless. Good. They should be. They are the kind of creatures that do not sit idle for long. They hunger. For battle, for blood, for conquest. And Calith, he thinks he controls them, that they are his to command. He has no idea what kind of monster he's feeding. But he will. Very, very soon. I keep to the shadows, my body moving like liquid between the campfires, slipping past drunken soldiers, past war drums beating in slow, steady rhythms. The tension is thick. The orcs are already on edge. Something feels wrong in their ranks. They just don't know it yet. But they will. I am about to make sure of it. I reach the first of the war chief's tents. It's easy. Too easy. The guards are sloppy. Too much trust. Too much arrogance. They think Calith has given them power, that he has made them untouchable. Fools. I slip inside, pressing against the thick hide walls. The space is dark, lit only by a few flickering lanterns. Maps are strewn across a large table, detailing the plans of their so-called alliance with Calith's forces. And right there, exactly as Xyron said. The proof. The cracks in their foundation. The whispered plans between the chieftains, the shifting loyalties, the growing unrest. All I have to do is light the match, and let the fire spread. I move swiftly, placing the first piece of my deception where I know it will be found. A letter, carefully forged in Calith's handwriting, detailing a contingency plan in the event that the orcs prove unreliable. A plan that speaks of their eventual removal once the war is won. It will be found by morning. I turn to leave, slipping back through the tent flaps, but the sound of footsteps halt me in place. I duck into the shadows, pressing myself against the wooden support beams. A war chief steps inside, his voice a low growl. Something feels off. Another one follows him, his massive form cutting off the firelight. You think Calith is hiding something? They know. They know. They're already suspicious. Good. It will make the deception that much sweeter. He is a dark elf. The second one mutters. Of course he is hiding something. The first one scoffs. We are stronger than them. But we are not in control. Tension coils in the air like a storm about to break. Not yet. I smile. This will be easier than I thought. I slip out of the tent, unseen, unheard. But my work is not done, not yet. I move to the next target, another camp, another chieftain, another whisper planted in the right ear. I weave my poison like a spider spinning its web. A false order here, a twisted message there. By the time the sun rises, their alliance will be nothing but a fragile, crumbling illusion. And all that will be left is ruin. I vanish into the darkness, slipping back into the tunnels. My pulse pounds with the thrill of it. The war is shifting. The game has begun. And Calith, he is already losing. He just doesn't know it yet.
Chapter 49. Xyron. The walls of this world are starting to crumble. I'm watching it crack within the secret room of the chamber. I can feel it. The weight shifting. The foundations breaking beneath Calith's feet, shaking under the pressure of the war he thought he controlled. The council chamber is filled with smoke and voices raised too high, too sharp, too fragile. The space is overflowing with the aroma of burning incense and paranoia. The room feels smaller than usual, or maybe that's just Calith's power shrinking by the second. You dare accuse me of treachery? Calith's voice is pure venom, Cold, smooth, laced with the kind of arrogance that belongs to a man who doesn't yet realize he's already lost. He stands at the head of the chamber, his usual control slipping, his fingers twitching at his sides. Not shaking. Not yet. But it's coming. One of the councilmen, an older one, a viper who has lived too long in the shadows, steps forward. "You have been withholding information, Caliph." His voice is like a dagger slicing through silk. "We have seen the reports. The orcs are uneasy. They're questioning their position, and now, these letters." A crumpled piece of parchment is thrown onto the table. One of the many Hera planted, and it does its job beautifully. Caliph doesn't look at it, doesn't move. But I see it. The flicker in his eyes. The split-second calculation, the sharp inhale. He knows. He knows his house of cards is starting to fall. "Les." The word is smooth, dismissive, but not as steady as usual, not as powerful, not as untouchable. "Lies." The Viper Councilman chuckles, dark and knowing. "Then explain why the Orc war chiefs have suddenly started refusing direct orders. Explain why our own men are whispering of betrayal in the halls. Explain why our spies report discord among the ranks." His voice rises. "You think we are blind, Caliph?" The entire chamber goes silent as if everyone's holding their breath. Then it happens. The shift. The crack in the glass. "You cannot rule with power alone, Caliph." A new voice. A different voice. One of Caliph's so-called loyalists. One of the spineless council members who has spent years licking his boots. Turning on him. Just like that. Like a jackal sensing a dying king. I lean back in my seat, silent. Watching. Waiting. Feeling the weight of the inevitable slide into chaos. Caliph takes a step forward, his mouth curling into something sharp, something full of rage. "Do you fools truly believe the orcs would be anything without us? Do you believe they have power? They have steel and muscle, but they have no strategy, no control. And yet, you seem terrified of them turning against you. Valis." His voice is smooth as silk, calm as the abyss. The trap snaps shut. Caliph turns sharply, his eyes locking onto Valis's face like a predator sizing up a rival. But he says nothing. He doesn't have to. The damage is done. Doubt has already taken root. The council is no longer his. I exhale slowly. Caliph knows. He knows he has lost the room. His jaw tightens, his fingers flex. He's thinking, calculating, trying to find a way out, looking for his chance to still come out on top. But I already know what happens next. He's cornered. And a man like Caliph, he won't go down without making this war burn. Enough. His voice is quieter now. Controlled. Cold. The chamber settles into uneasy silence. We will deal with this. We will remind the orcs where their place is. His gaze cuts through the room like a blade, lingering on those who have questioned him, those who have spoken against him, marking them, like a predator committing its prey to memory. His eyes land on the secret chamber's entrance as if he knows I'm watching. The tension in the air is thick, like tar, like a storm waiting to rip apart the sky. His lips curl just slightly. He doesn't speak. Not to me, but I see it. I see the threat. I see the silent promise. This isn't over. Not yet. I let my smirk widen. Let him see exactly what's coming. He doesn't have control anymore. The council is crumbling under his feet. Because soon his entire empire will burn. And when it does, I will be the one standing over the ashes.
Chapter 50. Hera. We are scattered throughout the tunnels, waiting, listening. The air is too still, too quiet, the kind of silence that only exists before war erupts. I should be nervous, I should be afraid, but I'm not. I'm ready. Then I hear the first sound of it, shouting, a clash of steel, the roar of something breaking. It's begun. Valis's voice is low, sharp, edged with satisfaction. I turn toward Xyron, his eyes glowing like a predator catching the first stench of blood. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, but I see it, the war inside him, the fire ready to consume. This is what we've been waiting for. Calith's house of cards is finally falling. Now we watch them destroy each other. We move through the tunnels, emerging at the edges of the battlefield. The orc encampment is in chaos. Fire flickers, shadows twisting against the tents. You think you can betray us, Calith? A massive orc, his chest scarred from battles long before this one, stands before the dark elf noble. His voice is thunder, rolling through the encampment, drawing attention, pulling warriors from their tents. Calith doesn't flinch, doesn't move, but I see the twitch in his fingers, the way his jaw tightens, the way he's losing control. This is nonsense. Calith's voice is smooth, the way poison is smooth before it kills you. I have done nothing but lead you to victory. You think I would throw that away? But the orcs aren't listening. The false letters, the whispers in the dark, the doubts planted deep. They've done their work. You wanted us gone. Another war chief steps forward, his face twisted in fury. You called us pawns. The words are spat like venom, like a death sentence. Calith finally looks unsure, finally sees the monster he thought he leashed turning its fangs on him. He shifts, his eyes flicking toward his guards, toward his own people. And I see it. They aren't with him, not fully. Not enough. The council has already been divided. Calith has no one left. This is how he dies. You fools! Calith's voice is no longer smooth. It's cold, final, like a man who knows he has no way out. You want war? He lifts his hand, and the first strike falls. Chaos erupts. Steel clashes against steel. Blood splashes across the dirt. The orcs turn on Calith's men, hacking, slashing, tearing through them like animals. And Calith? Calith fights, like a man who knows this is his last stand. Like a man who would rather burn the world than lose it. I watch as the camp descends into bloodshed. I watch as the alliance crumbles. I watch as the war we needed begins. And Xyron watches too. This is it. Xyron's voice is steady, certain. A king watching the last pieces of his kingdom fall into place. The next time we move, his gaze cuts to me. We end this. And I nod. I know, I'm ready. This is the moment before the final war. Calith is bleeding, and soon he will die.
Chapter 51. Zyen. The battlefield is chaos. Smoke curls through the air, thick and acrid. Steel clashes against steel, the ground slick with blood and bodies. The orcs are like beasts let off their chains, tearing through the dark elves with brutal efficiency. And yet Calith does not fall. I watch him from the shadows, perched on the remains of an old watchtower, my blade steady in my grip. The time isn't right. Not yet. Calith still has something left to play. I can see it in the way his eyes scan the battlefield, calculating, looking for a weakness, looking for the perfect timing to take back control, looking for that one moment of chance to screw us all over. I see it, the moment everything turns. Calith raises his hand, his mouth moving, lips curling in a sharp incantation. Magic erupts from his palm, dark and crackling. Not a simple spell, not an act of desperation. This was planned. Move! My voice cuts through the night, but it's already too late. The magic races across the battlefield, a wave of violet energy seeping into the air, into the ground, into the bodies lying still among the dead. Corpses jerk, spasming, eyes burning with unnatural light. Bodies that should have been dead start moving, shifting, standing. The battlefield does not get quieter, it gets worse. Calith has just tipped the scales back in his favor. Necromancy. The word is bitter on my tongue. Forbidden, deadly, doesn't just raise the fallen, it bends them, twists them, turns them into weapons that do not stop, do not break, do not feel. And now, the orcs are not just fighting the elves anymore, they are fighting their own dead. Calith laughs. His once broken army is rising again, reforged from the corpses at his feet. And the orcs. The orcs are hesitating. They know. They understand. They just lost their advantage. This was always my war, Calith calls across the battlefield, his voice carrying through the madness. Did you really think I would fall? So easily? His eyes flash with cruel amusement as he watches the orcs hesitate, watches his own soldiers rally behind him again. And I grit my teeth. I should have known. What do we do? Valis is at my side, his face tight with something that almost looks like concern. But I don't hesitate. We end it! I leap from the watchtower, landing in the dirt, rolling once before pushing back onto my feet. The nearest undead lunges for me, mouth twisted, body jerking like a marionette on broken strings. I slam my blade through its skull. It doesn't stop. It doesn't die. Not until I slice through the magic itself, severing the unnatural energy that binds it. I carve my way through the battlefield, toward the only man that matters. Calith sees me coming. His smirk widens. He lifts his hand again, more magic curling at his fingertips. Hera hits him first. She comes from the side, a flash of steel and fire and fury. Her blade slashes toward his throat, but he catches it. Barely. Their swords grind together, sparks flying, their eyes locking in pure, seething hatred. Calith falters. He was expecting me. He wasn't expecting her. You think you can stop this? Calith snarls, pushing her back. Hera spits blood and grins. I know I can. Calith is strong, fast, a master of magic and steel. But he is not invincible. Not against both of us. Not when his power is already slipping. Not when his empire is already falling. And as we close in, as the fight turns against him, I see it, the end. The moment before the final strike. The last piece of this war. And Calith knows it too. You think this is over? His voice is calm. Too calm. My stomach twists. I know that tone. I've used it myself. It's the voice of a man who has a final move left to play. And then Calith disappears. 1 second he's there. The next gone. Magic bursts where he stood. Smoke curling. A teleportation spell ripping him from the battlefield before we can land the killing blow. And just like that, the coward escapes. No! Hera's growl is pure rage, her body snapping forward as if she can still catch him, still carve her sword into his throat. But she can't. We can't. Calith is gone, and we have to prepare for whatever comes next.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 52. Hera. The fires still smoulder. The battlefield is a graveyard of bodies that refuse to stay dead. And Calith is gone, but he left his corruption behind. I can still feel it in the air. A foul, slithering thing wrapping around my throat, sinking into my bones. Xyron feels it more. His back is to me, eyes fixed on the horizon. The wind whips through his silver hair, his jaw locked, his hands curled into fists at his sides. I've seen him angry before, seen him hungry for battle, for blood. But this? This is different. He's not just furious, he's haunted. This is why my father never let them take this land. His voice is low, strained, like he's speaking through clenched teeth. It wasn't just about power, not just about legacy. It was because of this. He gestures toward the battlefield, toward the abomination Calith left behind. The ground still writhes with the remnants of his spell, corpses twitching, the aura of death lingering. This place breeds necromancy, its old magic, evil magic. He exhales sharply, and it was our family's duty to keep it locked away. I watch him, waiting. He's not done. There's more. Something buried beneath the weight of his words. And when he speaks again, it's quieter. Almost a confession. I was born for this. He turns to me finally. To stop it. To end this war before it consumes everything. His eyes burn, not with anger, not with vengeance, but with purpose, with duty. This isn't just about revenge for him anymore. This isn't just about reclaiming power. This is about stopping something far worse. Something that, if left unchecked, will spread beyond this territory. Beyond this war. A scream. A sound sharp enough to slice through our moment like a blade. I whip my head toward the source. There, the outskirts of the battlefield. A small warband, orcs, fighting, but not against elves. They're fighting the undead, and at the centre of them, swinging a bloodied axe, teeth bared in a snarl. Menias. My mouth parts, not from shock, not from some familial instinct screaming at me to save my long-lost father, but with the knowledge that this war isn't over yet. If we don't handle this now, we won't have an army left to fight Calith. I look at Xyron. He already knows. You're going to save him. It's not a question. I nod, gripping my blade tighter. Not because I give a damn about him. If we don't, we'll be fighting this war alone. The battlefield turns into a blur. I move fast, too fast, cutting through reanimated corpses, dodging their clawing hands, feeling the burn of exhaustion claw at my limbs. But I don't stop. I need to get to him. Because whether I like it or not, Menias is still useful. He sees me coming. His eyes narrow, confusion flickering across his face for a split second before he realises what's happening. Move! I snarl, cutting down a rotting corpse, lunging toward him. He doesn't hesitate. He's a warlord, a killer, and even if he wasn't a father to me, even if he never cared about anything but power, he knows how to survive. We fight together, slaughtering the last of the undead surrounding him. And when it's over, when the battlefield is still again, we stand there, staring at each other, breathing heavy, waiting, daring the other to speak first. Why? The word is sharp, rough, suspicious. I wipe blood from my face, letting my lips curl into a smirk. I want something. His eyes darken. Of course you do. I nod toward the battlefield. This war isn't between us anymore. Calith isn't just trying to kill us. He's trying to control death itself. If we don't stop him, we'll all be his puppets before the end of it. Menias exhales, rolling his shoulders like he's shaking off an old wound. His warriors are waiting, watching, tense. If Calith wins, there will be nothing left to rule. We fight together. The words taste bitter, but they're necessary. And Maneus? He grins. Then let's go kill the bastard.
Chapter 53. Xyron. We strike at dawn. Maneus' voice is rough, his tone all sharp edges and war-hardened certainty. We take him before he finishes whatever unholy ritual he's planning. His warriors nod, their faces hard, their tusked mouths set in grim resolve. They are killers, warmongers. They know what it means to fight a battle you might not walk away from. And yet, I see it in their eyes. They fear this. Not the battle, not the bloodshed, but the thing Caliph is trying to become. What we're facing isn't a man anymore. It's something worse. Something that should have never been woken. He's gathering power at the altar, I say, my voice steady despite the weight pressing on my chest. I keep my gaze on the map spread before us. A crude thing, drawn in the dirt, marked with the places where shadows have already started to gather unnaturally. That place was never meant to be used again. My father ensured it. Hera watches me, silent, waiting. I exhale, jaw tightening. That altar is not just a place of power. It's a wound in the earth itself, a place where necromantic magic bleeds through the fabric of this world, and Caliph is trying to rip it open. The fire in the center of our camp crackles, embers spitting like angry spirits. Maneus crosses his arms, his massive form silhouetted against the flames. Then we don't give him the chance. We gut him before he finishes. Easy words, simple logic. But I know better. I know what my father told me when I was young, when he stood over this same map, warning me of what lurked beneath these lands. This land is cursed, my son. Our family's primary duty is not to rule it, but to contain it. If it ever wakes up, the dead will never sleep again. I drag a hand through my hair, exhaling slow. Killing Caliph won't be enough. All eyes turn to me. As long as the altar stands, his power will remain. Hera's brows draw together, her hazel eyes sharp with something unreadable. Then we destroy the altar. It's not that simple. It never is. I step forward, pointing to the center of the map. This place is bound by blood. The magic is old, tied to sacrifice, tied to lineage. The only way to sever it completely is with the blood of someone connected to the land. Silence. Then Hera understands. Her body stiffens, her breath hitching slightly. Your blood. I nod. Yes. A beat. A slow, dragging moment where I can feel the truth sinking into her bones. Maneus snorts, shaking his head. So what? We bleed you a little? That doesn't sound too bad. Hera's jaw tightens. Not just a little, I murmur. It has to be enough. Enough to sever the connection completely. Her face darkens. But she doesn't argue. Not yet. Because now is not the time for it. The meeting ends with final strategies, final orders. Maneus and his warriors retreat to prepare, their voices low, their armor gleaming under the firelight. But Hera doesn't move. She stays, standing at the boundary of the fire's glow, her body wound tight, her gaze locked on me like she's trying to solve a puzzle she doesn't like. Say it. She doesn't flinch. You're planning to die. I smirk. I'm planning to win. That's not the same thing. I step closer, close enough to see the way her throat works when she swallows. We're only inches apart, the warmth of her body calling onto me. Would it make you feel better if I lied? No? Then don't ask me to. For the first time since this all started, since war became the only thing we could see, Hera's shoulders drop. She looks tired, not just from battle, not just from pain, but from this, from us, from what we've been dancing around since the beginning. She lifts a hand, pressing her fingers to her temple. Tomorrow, we fight. Tomorrow we might die. Her voice is quieter now. But tonight, she doesn't finish. She doesn't have to, I already know. This is our last moment, and neither of us want to waste it. I reach for her, curling my fingers into the leather strap across her shoulder, pulling her against me. Her breath catches. And then she lets go, lets herself collapse into me, lets herself forget. Just for a moment. And damn, I do too. Because tomorrow might be the last time I ever hold her like this. And if it is, then I want to remember.
Chapter 54. Hera. The night feels unnatural. Like it's holding its breath. Like it's waiting for something to die. Or maybe something to rise. We move through the ruins in silence. Footsteps muffled, weapons drawn. Each of us is a shadow in the dark, ghosts creeping towards something that should never have been disturbed. The temple looms before us, its broken spires clawing at the sky. It was once a shrine to something long forgotten, something that should have remained buried. Now it is a wound in the earth. And at its heart Calith waits. The atmosphere is overflowing with rot, heavy with the scent of death long past. But this isn't the decay of time. This is something else. Something wrong, something hungry. I glance at Xyron. His face is carved from stone, but I see it. The tension in his jaw, the way his fingers tighten around the hilt of his blade. He feels it too. The way the magic here clings, whispers, calls. His father warned him about this place. Now, we walk straight into it. We move fast, he murmurs, voice barely a breath of sound. Kill anything that gets in our way. We don't give Calith time to finish what he started. I nod. There's no room for hesitation now. Not with what's at stake. Not when the air itself feels like it's rotting around us. The entrance to the temple is nothing but a gaping mouth of darkness, jagged stone framing it like teeth. Shadows twist inside, moving, shifting. I swallow hard. I've never been afraid of the dark, but this feels alive. Inside, the air is thick, wrong, suffocating. The walls whisper, the shadows stretch, and the bodies. Gods, the bodies. They line the walls, hanging like grotesque ornaments. Some still wear armour, their corpses twisted, faces frozen in horror. Others are little more than bones, blackened by time, by magic. But all of them, every single one is watching. Their eyes glow with something unnatural, something not entirely dead. Waiting, listening. Like Calith has made them part of this place. Like he has woven their very souls into the stone. This is worse than I thought, Xyron mutters. His voice is sharp, cold, like he's trying to hold something back, like he's trying not to lose himself in what we've walked into. We move deeper. The corridors are too narrow, the walls pressing in, thick with magic. The further we go, the more the air vibrates, the more the shadows crawl. We are walking into the heart of something unholy. I hear him before I see him. A voice, a whisper, a chant that slides through the air like silk, like rot, like a blade pressed against bare skin. The gods have no power here. The voice is soft, too calm. I step forward, and then I see him. Calith stands at the base of the altar, his arms spread wide, his body bathed in violet light. He doesn't look the same. His skin is no longer just dark elf obsidian. It's cracked, glowing from within, pulsing with raw necromantic energy. His eyes are gone. Now they are endless voids, swirling with power. His robes hang off him like tattered funeral shrouds, his hands blackened with the magic he wields. He smiles. You're too late. His voice is a blade through the silence. The veil is already tearing. He gestures to the altar. That's when I see the rift, a crack in the air itself, jagged, black, and pulsing with something that should not exist. And beneath it, bodies. Hundreds. Their forms broken, twisted, bound in chains of light that do not let them rest. And Caliph is drinking them in. Their souls, their essence, their very existence, feeding on them, growing stronger, and my stomach turns. I know what this means. He's becoming something else. Xyron's voice is pure steel. He's not just raising the dead, he's becoming death itself. Caliph laughs, a low, rasping sound, something that crawls beneath the skin. Oh, Xyron, you of all people should know that death itself is made, not born, and tonight I become one. I grip my blade. Tight. So tight I feel the bite of steel against my palm. This is worse than I imagined. This is not just a battle. This is a war against something unnatural, something unstoppable. And if we don't end it now, we never will. We must kill him. Xyron's voice cuts through the air, sharp as a death sentence. Now.
Chapter 55. Xyron. The plan is simple, but simple does not mean easy. Outside, the orcs hold the line. Their roars shake the ground as they clash with Calith's undead, hacking them apart, only to watch those rotting bodies drag themselves back together. The dead do not die. Move! My voice cuts through the unnatural darkness of the temple. Hera is beside me, blade drawn, eyes burning with the kind of rage that only comes when there's nothing left to lose. We dive deeper into the ruins, weaving through the shifting stone corridors, past walls pulsing with corrupted magic. Calith's power is warping everything. The closer we move to him, the more the world twists around us. The air is thick, syrupy, crawling into my lungs like poison. The shadows are moving. The ground shudders beneath our feet. Reality itself is breaking. We have to strike now! Hera's voice is steady, but I hear the urgency behind it. You're persistent. His voice is too calm, too amused, like we are nothing more than an inconvenience, like we are already dead. His skin is different now, no longer just dark elf obsidian, but cracked, like veins of necrotic fire are burning beneath it. His eyes are gone. What's left is something hollow, something not mortal. Hera moves faster. She's a blur, fast, brutal, precise. Her blade sings through the air, aiming for his throat. For a moment I think, yes, we have him. But then, Caliph doesn't move, doesn't dodge, doesn't even blink. He simply lifts a hand and stops the blade midair. It hangs there, frozen inches from his skin. Hera yanks, trying to pull free. Her arms strain, muscles flex, but the blade doesn't move. It won't move. Caliph isn't just powerful, he's something else now. Something beyond us. You still don't understand, do you? Caliph tilts his chin, studying us like insects caught in a web. I'm no longer bound by your laws, by your limitations. He clenches his fist, and Hera flies backward, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crack. I lunge, blade low, fangs bared. Power surging through my veins. But Caliph is faster. He sidesteps, barely lifting a hand, and suddenly I'm on my knees, body paralyzed, every muscle locked in place. Fools. Caliph steps closer, his voice almost gentle. Do you truly believe you can kill a god? A pulse of black fire erupts from his palm, racing toward me. I try to move. I try to breathe. But my body does not obey. I brace for the end. Hera throws herself between me and the blast. The fire hits her instead as she screams. The sound rips through me. Hera collapses, smoke rising from her skin. Her body twitches, spasms. And Caliph laughs. Brave, but pointless. He turns back to the altar, raising his arms, calling forth more magic. You're already too late. The rift behind him expands, the ground trembling beneath us. I crawl toward Hera. She is still breathing. Barely. Her skin is hot to the touch, her pulse too weak. My chest tightens. Rage, panic, something dark coils inside me. Caliph thinks he's already won. He thinks we are nothing. He thinks this war is over. But he is wrong. Because as long as I can still move, as long as Hera still breathes, we will not stop. We will not fall. And Caliph will not become death itself. Not while I still live.
Chapter 56. Hera. I can barely breathe. The pain is unbearable. It feels like my flesh is unraveling, like fire has burned through my veins and left only raw, exposed nerves in its wake. But I am still alive. Somehow. Caliph stands before us, no longer a dark elf, no longer anything mortal. His body has stretched into something unnatural, his form elongated, his skin cracked like blackened stone, golden veins of necrotic power running through him. The violet glow of the rift pulses behind him, feeding him, changing him. His fingers, once elegant and long, are now claws, dripping with inky shadows that do not belong in this world. When he speaks, it is not his voice anymore. It is many. It is a chorus of the dead, a symphony of agony speaking as one. You fight so hard. His voice slithers through the air, pressing into my skull like a disease. But you cannot stop what is already written. I am beyond you now, beyond flesh, beyond time, beyond death. I am the beginning and the end. And you, Hera, you are like me. My breath catches, because his words slither beneath my skin, curling into the deepest, darkest part of me. The part I have ignored. The part I have refused to name. The part that loves war. The part that does not fear the carnage but hungers for it. The part that feels alive when my blade is deep in my enemy's throat. The part that revels in the kill. And Caliph sees it. Caliph knows. You feel it, don't you? His grin splits his face inhumanly wide, his sharpened teeth gleaming. The power, the hunger, the war that lives inside you. You are not just a gladiator, not just a slave turned warrior. You are destruction incarnate, a perfect blend. You are not meant to fight me. You are meant to join me. I feel his magic slithering into my mind, whispering to me, caressing the edges of something dark. I feel the way the battlefield calls to me, the way the power inside me rises, eager, waiting, ready to be unleashed. I feel how easy it would be to let go, to stop fighting, to embrace it, to become more, to become unstoppable. Hera! Xyron's voice cuts through the haze, through the whispers in my mind, grounding me, pulling me back. I blink, dash, and suddenly I see him, bloodied, bruised, on his knees, his sword shaking in his grip, eyes locked onto mine. But not in anger, not in rage, in desperation. He knows. He sees what's happening. He knows I'm slipping, and if I do, if I give in, I will be lost. He's lying to you. Xyron's voice is hoarse, raw, but unrelenting. You are not like him. You never will be. But Caliph laughs. Oh, but she is. He raises a hand, and the darkness inside the temple trembles, reaching toward me. You have always been. You were made for war. You were born for destruction. And you will never be satisfied until the world burns beneath your feet. His voice sinks into my bones, a seduction wrapped in certainty. Deny it all you want, but the truth remains. You are not a saviour. You are not a hero. You are meant to rule beside me, to wield death as your weapon. So stop fighting it. Stop fighting yourself. And become what you were always meant to be. The darkness tightens around my limbs, clawing, digging, trying to pull me under, and for a moment, I almost let it. He is right. There is something in me that craves the destruction, a part of myself that does not want to stop. It wants to kill, to burn, to take my place as something more. Then I hear it. Not Calith's voice, not Xyron's, not the whispers of the dead, but her voice. Sella, the way she laughed when we trained in the pits, the way she believed in me, the way she died screaming in agony, and Dagon, the way he always called me Great Warrior, the way he bled out for this fight, the way he never got to see this moment. Calith took them. Calith wants to take everything. If I give in now, I will become him. I snarl. I rip myself free from the darkness curling around me. I clutch my blade, knuckles white, breath ragged. And I look at Calith, and I say the one thing I know to be true. You will never own me. His face twists, his grin faltering. Just for a second, just long enough. And that's when Xyron moves straight for Calith's throat.
Chapter 57. Xyron, I know the moment my blade meets Calith's throat that it is useless. Steel does not kill gods, as he calls himself. Whether or not he truly is, one remains to be seen. The flesh beneath my sword is no longer flesh at all. It is something worse. Something that twists and shifts, absorbing the wound as if it was never there. Calith's lips curl, his empty, abyssal sockets locking onto mine. Still trying, little warlord? He moves faster than I can react, then should be possible. Pain rips through my side as his clawed hand plunges into me. I snarl, twisting away before he can crush something vital, rolling onto the blood-slick floor. My vision blurs, but I still see him. Standing there, untouched, untouchable. Death looking down at a mortal. A predator watching his prey bleed. Xyron! Hear his voice as a roar, a battle cry, a desperate plea. She is still standing, barely, her blade trembling in her grip, her body refusing to fall despite the pain lacing every inch of her. She sees it too. Calith is beyond us now. We cannot kill him, no matter how hard we try. He is not just standing in the temple. He is the temple, the altar, the rift, the power that pulses through these walls, through this land, feeding him, making him untouchable. You were never meant to win, Calith murmurs, his voice wrapping around us like a death shroud. You were never meant to even survive this long, but I am generous. You, Hera, you still have time. Bow before me, and I will grant you a place at my side. Bow, and I will give you purpose. Bow. She will never bow to you. The words come from me before I even think them. He laughs. Then you will both die. I stagger to my feet. My hands clench at my side, blood dripping from my wound. The air trembles. The temple groans. And in that moment, I know what I must do. I know what my father meant when he said that the blood of Herox is the only thing that can seal this place forever. Not a drop, not a wound, a sacrifice. My father built this clan on the knowledge that one day this temple might need to be shut forever. That one day someone would have to pay the price. I just never thought it would be me. But who else would it be? I turn to Hera. She sees it. She sees it in my eyes before I even say the words. Her lips part, a breath of a protest. But I cannot let her speak. If she begs me to stop, I might hesitate. And there is no room for hesitation. I have to protect her, not when this is the only way. Protect them, I say. I love you. The words remain unsaid as my heart bleeds for a love that can never be. For a future that can't come. Her brow creases, something breaking in her expression. Xyron. Swear it! No! Swear it, Hera. Her hands curl into fists. Her body shakes with something bigger than rage, bigger than war. But I do not wait for an answer. I cannot. Kalith is already moving, and I have seconds left. I step toward the altar, and I do what must be done. I raise my blade, and I turn it inward, and I drive it into my chest. The pain is instant, white-hot, blinding, but I do not scream, and I do not fall. I feel it working. I feel the temple shudder. I feel Kalith's power waver. This place is bound to my blood. I am breaking it, tearing it apart, undoing everything Kalith has become. No! Kalith's roar shakes the earth. He stumbles, his form flickering, his body twisting between solid and shadow. He is losing control. And Hera sees her opening. Hera! My voice is barely a whisper, but she understands. She moves. Faster than she ever has. Stronger than she should be. Blade high, eyes burning. And she drives it straight through Kalith's heart. The world erupts. Kalith screams. A sound that is not a sound at all. A sound that tears through reality itself. The temple collapses. The altar shatters, and the rift closes. The last thing I see before everything fades to black is Hera, screaming my name.
Chapter 58. Hera. The world is silent, like it is holding its breath, like it is waiting for something to break. The temple groans. The stone beneath me shudders, cracks, splinters. The air is thick with the aura of burnt magic, of something ancient unravelling. My ears ring from the explosion, from the collapse of Kalith's unholy empire, but I can't focus on anything except the absence. Kalith is gone, erased. His body, if it can even be called that anymore, has vanished, consumed by the magic he sought to control. The altar is nothing but rubble, shattered and bleeding violet light into the dust. The power that kept his monstrous form intact has been severed. The dead? The undead horrors that filled this place, that swarmed outside. They are nothing but corpses now. Lifeless, truly finally dead. But I don't feel victory. I don't feel relief. I can't find him. Xyron! I stumble forward, my breath hitching, my body screaming in protest as I claw through the rubble. The stones are sharp, slicing into my palms, my fingers slick with dirt and blood, but I don't care. My heart is racing too fast, pounding against my ribs like it wants to escape. Xyron! I dig faster, through shattered debris, through jagged pieces of altar stone, through what remains of the place that tried to consume us. You don't get to do this, I growl, my voice breaking. You don't get to leave me, you bastard. There is no response. I tear through another layer of rubble, my breath coming too hard, too fast. My vision blurs, the pain in my body insignificant compared to the panic clawing through me. No. My fingers brush something solid. Not stone, not ruin, armour. A choked sound tears from my throat. I drop to my knees, gripping the edges of the broken chest plate, forcing aside the last of the rubble. Xyron, unmoving, pale, too still, too quiet. I press my hands against his face, searching for warmth, for breath, for anything that tells me he is still here. His skin is cold. His lips are slightly parted, his fangs barely visible. His eyes closed, like he is already lost. Like I am already too late. No. My fingers dig into his shoulders, shaking him, willing him to move. Xyron, wake up, get up. Nothing. You don't get to do this. Still nothing. You don't get to leave me. The scream that rips from my throat is pure anguish, raw and hollow, breaking against the ruins of this cursed temple. I press my forehead against his, my breath ragged, my chest caving in. I shake him again. Once. Twice. He doesn't move, and that's when it hits me. Like a blade straight through the ribs. Like a death sentence I never saw coming. Xyron is dead. The world is still burning, still crumbling, still shifting under the implications what we have done. But I don't care. The war means nothing without him. From when I was a child, since I learned that strength was the only thing that mattered. I break, I shatter, and I let the grief take me. I grip his face, my hands trembling, my nails gripping into his skin like I can force life back into him. Please. The word is nothing more than a whisper. Please, you stubborn bastard. You don't get to die. Not now. Not after everything. My voice wobbles, the sobs coming too fast, too strong. I hate you. I press my forehead harder against his, squeezing my eyes shut. I hate you for making me care. My hands fist in his hair, pulling, as if the pain will jolt him awake. I hate you for being the only thing in this God's damned world that ever made me feel... My breath catches, my throat tightening so hard it hurts. I love you, you bastard, so don't you dare. I stop. The words hang between us, too late, too raw, too broken. There is no answer, only silence. The silence of a dead man. A man who gave his life for mine. For all of us. And I do the only thing I can. I scream. A sound that tears through the ruins, through my bones, through the very fabric of this night. A sound that does not sound human. A sound that sounds like a heart breaking. Because mine already has. No!
Chapter 59. Xyron. There is nothing. No pain. No sound. No body. Just emptiness. I drift in it, weightless, untethered, caught between something and nothing. I should feel afraid. But I don't. There is no fear here. No war. No burdens. No pain. Just peace. I let myself fall into it. A whisper cuts through the void. My name. Soft at first. Then sharper, then desperate, and then screaming. I know that voice. It is fire and steel. It is war and storm. It is Hera. And she is begging me to wake up. Something pulls at me. A thread of warmth. A flicker of something more. Not the cold of this place. Not the weightless oblivion of the void. But a tether. Something tied to my ribs, to my soul. Her. Come back. Come back to me, you bastard. You don't get to leave me. You don't get to die. A warmth spreads through the nothingness, curling around the edges of my consciousness. And suddenly, I feel pain. A deep ache blooming in my chest, my body heavy and battered, calling me back. I feel my fingers. I feel the air, thick and cold against my skin. I feel her hands, gripping my face, pressing against me like she can force me to stay. And I know I cannot leave her. Not now. Not after everything. Not when she is still here, still fighting, still breathing. I promised, and I keep my promises. I gasp. A ragged, broken sound pulling in air that tastes like blood and dust. Hera jerks back, eyes wide, breath catching in her throat. Her face, gods, her face is streaked with dirt, with blood, with the raw devastation of someone who is ready to lose everything. And now, she gazes at me like I am the only thing in this God's damned world that matters. Xyron? Her voice is softer than I've ever heard it, disbelieving, fragile, like she is afraid to hope. I swallow, my throat raw, my chest burning. You're loud. I rasp, a half smile, weak and sharp. Even in death, you don't shut up. She laughs. A sound that isn't a laugh at all, but a broken, choking sob. And then she is on me, gripping my armor, shoving her face against my neck, her body trembling as she breathes me in. You bastard, she whispers. You almost... Her voice shatters, and I feel the wetness against my skin. Tears. Hera is crying. I almost ruined her. I almost left her. And that thought destroys me. I lift a shaking hand, threading my fingers into her tangled hair, pressing her closer. I'm here. It's all I can say.
Chapter 60. Hera. The battlefield is silent. The air is thick with the aura of blood and magic, but the worst is over. The dead do not rise again. The temple is nothing more than ruins, its dark power sealed forever. Calith is gone. The orcs stand at a distance, watching, waiting, uncertain of what comes next. Menius is among them, his gaze unreadable, his fate now his own. The rebels who survived kneel among the broken earth, weary, battered, but alive. And me? I am standing. Not alone, not any more. Xyron is beside me, bruised, weak, breathing. His eyes burn into mine, filled with something I do not know how to name. Something more than victory, something deeper, something unchanging, and it terrifies me. I know what it is, and I am not ready. But he is patient. He has always been so God's damned patient with me. So he only tilts his head, amusement flickering over his blood-stained lips. Are you going to say it? I blink. Say what? His smirk is weak but infuriating. That you love me. My throat tightens. The words are there, resting on my tongue. Instead, I grab the front of his armour, pull him against me, crush my lips against his, with all the desperation of a woman who almost lost everything. His arms wrap around me, holding me tight, like he is still afraid I might vanish. His kiss is rough, unyielding, full of fire and war and everything we are. And I pour everything into it, everything I cannot say, everything I have fought against, everything I have ever been too afraid to feel. And when I pull back, breathless, raw, I finally whisper, "You already knew." The survivors rise. The orcs do not attack. Menius watches but does not interfere. And Xyron and we walk away from the ruins together, side by side, not rulers, not conquerors. Just two broken souls who found something worth living for. And that is enough. The weeks pass in a blur. The remnants of Herox's people regroup, rebuild, find a new way to live. The gladiators who fought for their freedom choose their own paths, some staying, some leaving, but all finally free. Menius vanishes into the wilderness, no longer my enemy, no longer my family. We find our own way forward. It is months later when he finally asks me. We are standing beneath the stars, the air warm, the aroma of night-blooming flowers filling the air. He turns to me, eyes soft, something unreadable flickering beneath them. Mate with me. I inhale, my heart stuttering. This is meant to be. He would wait until I was ready. And I do not fight it. Not anymore. I reach for him, threading my fingers through his silver hair, tugging him down to meet my lips. Yes. The word is quiet, but it is enough. He smiles against my mouth, and he claims me. The mating ceremony is simple. Just us, just our people, just a new beginning. And when the final rites are spoken, when the bond clicks into place between us, I feel the last of my walls finally fall. This is where I was always meant to be. Not in the pits, not in the rebellion, not in a war I never asked for. But here, with him, I am not afraid. I love you. Xyron laughs, low and dark, wrapping his arms around me, his breath hot against my ear. Took you long enough.
Chapter 61. Xyron. The fire crackles low in the hearth, its embers casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. The scent of night-blooming jasmine drifts in through the open window, thick and sweet, mixing with the lingering traces of rain. The world beyond these walls is quiet. No war, no blood, no battles left to fight. Just her. Hera! She stands at the foot of our bed, watching me. Barefoot, dressed in nothing but a thin, ivory slip that clings to her curves like mist, her dark hair still damp from the bath. The candlelight catches in the strands, turning them to liquid ink, shimmering as she moves. And God's the way she looks at me, like I am something worth keeping, something worth wanting. My chest tightens, heat rising beneath my skin, my pulse steady and strong. I've spent my life fighting, bleeding, surviving. I've known pain deeper than the marrow of my bones. I've known loss so absolute it hollowed me out from the inside. But this is something I have never known. Peace. Love. A woman who meets my hunger with her own. She takes a step forward, then another. Slow, deliberate. The flickering light carves shadows across her collarbone, down the curves of her hips. "You're staring," she murmurs. Her voice is husky, teasing, but beneath it, there is something softer, something raw. I push up from the edge of the bed, my body aching in all the ways that do not hurt. She stops just within reach, her breath warm, her fingers brushing my chest, grazing over the scars that mark me. Scars I once wore like armor, scars she has kissed, traced, memorized. I'm not staring, I tell her, catching her wrist, turning her palm up. I press a kiss to the inside, just below the joint. I'm worshipping. Her breath hitches. Her pulse flutters against my lips. A slow smirk tugs at the corner of her mouth. "Then maybe," she whispers, stepping closer, pressing herself against me, "you should kneel." A growl rumbles in my chest, low and dark. My fingers tighten around her wrist as I tug her flush against me, her body molding to mine, heat sparking where we touch. Her head tilts back, eyes heavy-lidded, lips parting just enough to make me think about all the ways I want to ruin her. I run a hand up the curve of her spine, fisting the fabric of her slip, pulling it tight over her thighs, her waist. "Be careful what you ask for, little warrior." She tilts her head, challenging, unafraid. "Who said I was asking?" "A wicked little thing, my Hera." I smile, slow, deliberate. And then, just as she dares to breathe, I drop to my knees. A sharp inhale. Her fingers thread into my hair, tightening as I drag my hands up her legs, slipping beneath the silk that shields her from me. My lips follow, pressing slow, lingering kisses along her thighs, feeling the shudder beneath my touch. "You think you know how this ends," I murmur against her skin. "But you forget." I slide the fabric higher, inch by inch, letting my teeth graze the sensitive flesh above her knee. I never do what I'm told. A shiver, a sharp inhale, and then she breaks. Her knees buckle, but I catch her, guiding her down until she is straddling my lap, her hands clutching my shoulders, her breath ragged against my ear. I slide my fingers into her hair, tilting her head back, claiming her mouth with a hunger that has lived inside me since the moment I first saw her. Hera doesn't just kiss me. She devours me. She bites, she pulls, she meets every dark, desperate part of me with something just as wild. I don't know where we begin or where we end. I only know that I need more. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We collapsed together, breathless, tangled, her head resting against my chest. My heart is a thunder in my ribs, but she is calm, soft, pliant, utterly mine. I press a kiss to her temple, my fingers tracing lazy circles along the curve of her back. You're mine, I whisper, the words a vow, a promise, a claim. She hums, half asleep, a smile tugging at the edges of her lips. Always. The storm outside has quieted. The world beyond these walls will keep turning. But tonight there is no war, no blood, no ghosts waiting to take us. Tonight there is only us, and that is enough.